murakoze cyane.
rw'abasigurwa mucurankuka n'abanyamahanga bagize indahiro. Ubu ni rugaba rw'umuheto rwiyumvisha niraragwiza imitumbi. Ntaza kugira umuheto wajyaga ibiragwa ntabwo uruti rubanza umuhinga yabanje mu ntoki. Iyo yajyaho ntaza kugira umuheto ngiye kugira rwa ntabwo buruti rubanza umuhinga ye mu ntoki. Ubonye iyo ujyaho igitsinda ndanyamibwa kumbuye ikirezi ihorere mwana w'iboro
nzagushyira abambaranyonga
ihorere mwana w'iboro
nzagushyira abambaranyonga
ihorere mwana w'iboro
nzagushyira abambaranyonga
nyoko wanyubaza kuza ihorere mwana w'iboro ubu ni rugaba rw'umuheto nyiragurumbesha nirarindwiza imitumbi ntaza kugira umuheto agiye kugira urwa ntabwo buruti rubanza umuhungu yawubanje mu ntoki ese yaza kujyaho
uburiza bwanjye ntugahogore ihoranse mfura y'amazimaka
ihorere mwana w'iboro
nkujyane ku ijuru rya kamonyi iwanyu muhora n'inka
n'ingoma ihorere mwana w'iboro Haimana n'amaganza ibangurira ku mfizi ya mpabuka ubundi rutendeza mbuga rwa nyamuke micoza amahirwa rwa kibi n'ikirenga abahungu barwaniye ati nice kuri mutukura biracika
nkujyane ku ijuru rya kamonyi iwanyu muhora n'inka n'ingoma
ihorere mwana w'iboro
ihorere nzagutetesha ihorere nzagutonesha ihorere nzagukamira amata ihorere mwana
w'iboro
mama
ihorere mwana w'iboro
shezi
ihorere mwana w'iboro
mama
ihorere mwana w'iboro
shezi
ihorere ni ruga rw'umuheto nyarugurumvishe niranguza imitumbi. Iyo ntaza kugira umuheto njye kugimara rwa ntabwo buruti rubanza umuhinga yibanje mu ntoki. Ubonye iyo ujyaho iyo ni inyange inyagira amahina. Uwo ni rwoga rw'ejo n'abanyamahanga bangiza indahiro.
inkotanyi cyane yabyirutse neza yarugina yabyirutse atsinda abyiruka tagira amakemwa kandi ntuya tagira ubwoba. Inkotanyi cyane yabyirutse neza yarugina yabyirutse atsinda abyiruka tagira amakemwa kandi ntuya tagira ubwoba. Nimukangwe nabyo bisage ko twarinyuze semisakura. Nimukangwe nabyo byuzi ko twabinyujije semamato. Inkotanyi cyane yabyirutse neza yarugina yabyirutse atsinda abyiruka tagira amakemwa kandi ntuya tagira ubwoba.
uri rwema rwogeza n'abanyamahanga rwa mucurankoko n'abanyamahanga bangiza indahiro. uri rwizirangabo rwa mugenga icumu ryari kigembe yarigeretse ku nshuro. yabajije abahungu ati nimumbwire intwari yicishije urunana barahira icyarimwe ati nta ntwari yanganiye ari ubwo akereye ahubwo kubabwira ese yaza kujyaho
Inkuru nziza siko twatsinze yaruse byose twatsinze yaruse byose igera namushira twumva ingoma zisutse zisutse zigana amataba zisutse zigana amataba amataba tureba rubengera tumva ingoma zisutse zisutse zigana amataba
murakoze cyane.
Mwaramutse neza. Mwaramutse neza. Nyuma yo kumva gakondo n'ukuntu mukonje ndumva bitari guhura, reka nongere mbasuhuze musubize nk'abantu bamaze kumva indirimbo nziza muri iki gitondo. Murabyumva mute? Mwaramutse neza. Reka dukomere amashyi Esther kuri performance nziza aduhaye muri iki gitondo. Nezerewe kubakira muri iyi event, iraza kuba mu Cyongereza ariko turajya tugerageza tuvange n'Ikinyarwanda. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests of honor, representatives from government institutions, development partners, school leaders, parents, educators, university representatives, psychologists, members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to welcome each one of you to this event, which is the official launch of Raising the Whole Child Parent Educator Forum 2026. My name is Barbara Umuhoza, and I'll be hosting this morning. On behalf of Lifespan Wellness and Development Initiative, thank you for choosing to spend the morning with us and for making it on time. This is literally the first event I've attended, and I come on time. People are more on time than I was on time, and I was the MC. So I want to give you a round of applause for coming, for honoring our invitation, and for being here with us. So your presence tells us that you value one thing, and that is that we believe in empowering our children fully and wholesomely. And your being here communicates exact that. And for that, we are very, very grateful. Reka mbivuge mu Kinyarwanda, kubaho kwawe muri iki gitondo hano muri iki cyumba cy'inama biragaragaza ikintu kimwe, yuko twese twemeranywa ko tugomba kurera umwana mu buryo bwuzuye impande zose mu bishoboka byose. Rero reka mbakomera amashyi kuba uburezi bw'umwana mu mvugo y'ubu mubwegereza umutima. Yes, I want to walk us through the program of this morning, and then we will invite the visionary behind this event. So this morning is starting off with opening remarks, but before opening remarks, I would love to give you housekeeping rules. We have our washrooms just outside on the left. And if you need to pick your phone, please walk out quietly, take your phone, do not disrupt any conversations. This is going to be a heavily packed program, so we have a lot to cover. If you need to take a call, if you need to communicate, if you need to communicate in any way, just kindly step out. If you have questions, we will have time to ask questions because we're going to have 2 panels in this event. So please remember to take notes and we will ask questions. We have team members at the end of the room. If you need anything, please feel free to ask them. And the program of today will see us welcoming IGIHE, who is the founder and executive director of this organization that has hosted us, Lifespan Wellness. She'll be giving us her opening remarks shortly, and then we'll welcome our guest of honor, the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education. We'll have a keynote address. We'll have panel discussions throughout the program. We'll have 2. We'll have time to ask questions and engage with our panelists. Then we will take a break for networking, which will be followed by more performance from Esther, Then we'll come back for keynote address, panel discussion, engaging sessions as an audience, and then we will officially launch the Lifespan community. This is not just an event, we are launching a community that is attached to this noble cause. We'll welcome special remarks from a representative from UNICEF Rwanda, and then our closing remarks will be given by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion. Nkuko mubyumvise rero gahunda y'umunsi nuko imeze, ariko reka ngire ntya, reka mvuge ntya nti. Ikinyarwanda dusigaye tugikorera ibintu bitari byiza, reka ngire ntya nti. Nta murimo mwiza utangira udafite umuntu wawurose. Every vision has someone who dreamt about it. And to my surprise, or to your surprise this morning, is that we all have dreams. Twese hano twicaye dufite inzozi, sibyo? Ariko benshi dutinya kuzikurikirana. Ariko uyu munsi turi hano kuko hari umuntu wagize inzozi kuri iki gitekerezo cyo kurera umwana mu mpande zose yuzuye, arabikurikirana none uyu munsi twicaye hano. Uwo nta wundi ni Igiraneza Erline, reka tumwakire hatuganirize adufungurire uyu munsi. Let's welcome Igiraneza Erline to come and speak to us the dreams behind this great vision. Welcome, Erline. It's so good to see you this morning. Distinguished guest of honor, our esteemed keynote speakers, panelists, development partners, parents, educators, community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense gratitude and great humility that I welcome you all to the inaugural Raising the Whole Child Parent Educator Forum 2026. Thank you so much for making the time to be here. Your presence today sends a powerful message that children matter, families matter, education matters, and that none of us is willing to leave the responsibility of raising children to someone else. Today is more than a conference, it is more than a meeting. It is the beginning of a national conversation, a conversation that reminds us that every child deserves to be intentionally raised, intentionally supported, and intentionally understood. As an educator, by the way, many people do not know that I'm an educator. Some people used to tease me that I don't look like the old teachers that we used to have back in the days, but I am the teacher. And as someone who has spent years working alongside children and families, including families raising neurodiverse children, I have witnessed both the beauty and the challenges of raising children in today's world. It is indeed not an easy work. I have seen parents doing their very best while feeling overwhelmed. I have seen teachers carrying responsibilities beyond the classroom, and I have seen children whose gifts remained unnoticed simply because no one truly understood them. And I have also witnessed what becomes possible when parents, schools, professionals, and communities choose to work together. And that is why this forum was born, because we believe no single person can raise a child alone. Not parents, not teachers, not governments, institutions, not communities. It truly takes all of us joined our hands together. Every child is unique, that one we know. Some children learn differently, some communicate differently, some experience the world differently, and some are neurotypical, others are neurodiverse. Yet, every one of them deserves to be loved, to be understood, respected, and given opportunity to flourish. Our responsibility is not to force children to fit into the environments that we already have and ignore who they really are. Our responsibility is to
create environments where every child can discover their potential and thrive. Today we gather because we believe partnership changes life. When parents and teachers communicate, children really thrive. When schools and communities collaborate, children thrive. When policymakers, researchers, health professionals, development partners, and families work together, children thrive. And now throughout today's discussions, I encourage all of us to listen with open minds, to learn from one another, to challenge our assumptions, and most importantly, to leave this room committed to action. Because children do not simply need our conversation, they only need our collaboration, which is the action that we are going to take today. At Lifespan Wellness and Development Initiative, we believe that investing in children is one of the greatest investments any society can make. Today's forum is only the beginning. Together, we are laying the foundation for the stronger partnerships, healthier families, more inclusive schools, and communities where every child belongs. Finally, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished speakers, our partners, every institution here represented, our volunteers, and every participant who chose to become part of this important journey that we are beginning today. May today's conversations inspire lasting change. May today's connections become lifelong partnerships. And may every child represented through our work become a living evidence of what is possible when adults choose to raise them together. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Can we give her a bigger and better round of applause? Thank you so much, Ms. Arlene, for sharing the vision behind today's forum and for reminding us that today's gathering is not just an event, but it's about families, it's about children, and it's about our collective responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor this morning represents a ministry that shapes the future of our nation through education. The Ministry of Education continues to champion policies and partnerships that ensure that every child has access not only to quality education, but also to learning environments that they can develop their full potential. We are therefore deeply honored by the presence of the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education. Please join me in welcoming I'm informed that he hasn't yet arrived, but he's on his way. So I will switch this a bit and invite the Permanent Secretary from MIGEPROF to come and give us her remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Barbara. Nanjye nari kugusaba such amazing introduction as you introduced P.S. Karake, ariko ndabimubwira ko he missed something. Yeah. Mwaramutse neza. Mwaramutse neza. Nanjye nishimiye kubana namwe muri iki gitondo aho twongeye guhura nk'ababyeyi, nk'abarezi, ariko nanone nk'abakozi b'Abanyarwanda. Ngo ndavuga mu ijwi as a government representative, dufite inshingano zo gukurikirana no gushyira umuturage ku isonga. Umuturage, umugabo, umubyeyi w'umugabo, umubyeyi w'umugore, ndetse n'umwana uri mu muryango. Inshingano zo kurera umwana kugira ngo abe yuzuye nk'uko tubisabwa cyangwa nk'uko tugiye kubiganira iki gitondo, ntago ari inshingano z'urwego rumwe. Ndumva Aline yabivuze neza, ariko nagira ngo nkatwe tubihabwa noneho ubwo ndavuga nk'umubyeyi biragoye guhagarara hano ngo mbabwire nka ministry, but ndavuga nk'umubyeyi nganiriza ababyeyi bagenzi banjye, because izi nshingano ziri constitutional, ntago ari choice. Itegeko tugenderaho rihatsa ayandi, the Constitution of Rwanda, ridusaba rinadutegeka kurera abana bacu, ntabwo ari ukubarera uko tubonye kose, ni ukubarera tugendeye ku ndangagaciro z'umuco nyarwanda. Kandi umuryango aho duturuka twese nawo muri constitution urimo, and uravuga ko ari yo shingiro kamere y'imbaga y'abanyarwanda. So nta muryango nta mbaga y'abanyarwanda yabaho. That is article muri constitution, kugira ngo mwumve agaciro umuryango ufite muri iki gihugu ndetse n'ahandi hose. Ariko tunemera ko umuryango ubundi turavuga ngo niwo muryango, kuko niho tunyura twese tuje muri iyi si, niho dutorezwa, niryo shuri rya mbere, niho dutangira indangagaciro, ni naho turemera umwana uko akwiye kuba ameze. Iyo atuzuriye mu muryango rero simpamya ko hari ahandi yakuzurira. Ababyeyi turumvikana, n'ababyeyi to be namwe mu byumve, umwana utuzuriye mu muryango nta handi yakuzurira, kuko niho atorezwa bwa mbere, niho abonera urukundo bwa mbere, niho atorezwa za ndangagaciro zizatuma n'ubundi ibyo azatorezwa hanze mu ishuri cyangwa n'ahandi azanyura azabyitaho. Ni inshingano dusangiye twese rero. Nyiri vision yabivuze ko itoroshye, ariko kuba umubyeyi nta cyabisimbura, nitwe dufite inshingano ya mbere. Iyo twayujuje neza, mwarimu biramworohera. Iyo mwarimu yujuje inshingano ye neza, undi muntu wese, ari umukoresha, undi muntu wese uzahura n'uyu mwana mu buzima bwe, ari umugabo uzamushaka, ari umugore bazashakana, azaba koko abona ko uyu muntu yuzuye. Rero nagira ngo mbashimire ko mwitabiriye iyi nama, ariko kandi mbashimira ko ari itafari mushyize ku nshingano zacu nka ministeri. Kugira ngo uyu mwana abe umwana wuzuye, bisaba kumurinda. Buriya hari ukurera umwana, ariko ntiwamurera gusa utamurinda. Kumurinda rero niyo nshingano ahari ikomerera ababyeyi, kuko ntago amasaha 24 iminsi 7 umwana aba kuri ku bibero, umwana aba ari ku gituza cyawe. Kurinda umwana ni ukumuha aho yisanzurira, ni ukumuha urugo rurimo ituze, ni ukumuha, ntabwo ari ukumuha bombo kuko ayisabye, ahubwo ni ukumuha ugutwi kuko agukeneye, ni ukumuha igituza aryamamo akumva ko afashwe neza, ni ukumuha ibyo umubyeyi agomba umwana nk'inshingano, ariko ukanarengaho ukamubera inshuti, kuko kurinda umuntu ntago warinda umuntu utari inshuti yawe rwose. Rero kugira ngo dushobore kurinda abana binatworoheye, ni ukubabera inshuti, ni ukubaha amashuri bigamo arinda umutekano wabo igihe bari ku ishuri, igihe bava mu rugo bajya ku ishuri cyangwa bava ku ishuri baza mu rugo, kuko aho kenshi tubona ko ariho abana bahohoterwa. Ariko ni no kurinda amarangamutima ye. Kurinda amarangamutima y'umwana nibyo bituma bakura koko ari umuntu wuzuye. Ntago ari ukumwambika ngo ashashagirane, ntago ari ukumugaburira ngo ahage, ni no gusa, ni no kurinda amarangamutima ye, ibyo bitatu byose bikuzuzanya. Ariko turanibutswa ko abana bose atari kimwe, kuko hari abana bakeneye umwihariko. Uko bakenera umwihariko mu rugo, uko bakenera umwihariko mu mashuri bigamo, uko bakenera n'umwihariko iyo bakina n'abandi, ni ukubyitaho, kuko nta mwana ukwiye guhezwa inyuma. Umwana wese afite uburenganzira bungana n'ubwundi. Nk'uko nabivuze rero, guverinoma y'u Rwanda ikomeje guteza imbere uburezi n'uburere bw'umwana, tubifashijwemo n'ababyeyi nk'abarezi ba mbere ariko tunabifashijwemo na gahunda zitandukanye leta igenda ishyiraho. Murabizi ntago gahunda ya ECD ari gahunda nkuru cyane muri iki gihugu, ariko twita kandi tunasaba abantu bose gushyiramo imbaraga kugira ngo dufashe abana bacu, tubashyiremo ibyo tugomba kubashyiramo bizima bakiri mu myaka yo hasi. Hari gahunda zitandukanye zo kurerera umwana wese mu muryango, kuyo tuvuga ngo tuve mu bigo kuko urukundo rw'umubyeyi ntasimburwa, kandi n'uwabuze umubyeyi akiri mutoya aba akeneye kugira koko undi mubyeyi, ntago ari umubyeyi gusa w'amaraso, ahubwo natwe nawe wabera umwana umubyeyi kuko wamuha bya bindi byose akeneye. Dushimira rero mu bafatanyabikorwa bakomeye mu guteza imbere umuryango, dushima gahunda zitandukanye abagenda bazishyira mu bikorwa, ariko izi gahunda nari mvuze zose uwazitangije cyangwa uwazitekereje ni nyakubahwa First Lady, ngira ngo mumfashe nawe tumushimire. Gahunda yo kwita ku mwana wese nk'uwawe murayizi, gahunda yo kurengera umwana mu byo no kumurinda, ndetse na gahunda yo gukomeza kumwitaho igihe abaye urubyiruko cyangwa se abaye ingimbi, zose ni gahunda guverinoma ishyizemo imbaraga, ariko igitekerezo ngenga cyazo cyatangijwe na nyakubahwa First Lady. Mumfashe rero dushimire uwadutumiye, tumwizeza ubufatanye, ariko n'abandi baparteneri bacu bose tubizeza ubufatanye nka ministeri ndetse nka leta yacu, aho mudukeneye hose turahari, kandi turi kumwe muri uru rugendo rudufasha kuzuza neza inshingano zacu. Murakoze cyane.
Mwongera amashyi. Thank you very much, Honorable Permanent Secretary, for those inspiring and encouraging remarks. Thank you for the inspiring words. And now at this point, we are going to invite our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, he hardly needs an introduction. He has dedicated decades of his life to education, to leadership, humanitarian work, and child development across Rwanda and beyond. His keynote this morning is centered around why strong home-school partnerships matter in raising the whole child. It is my great honor to invite Mr. Muvunyi Ruben, who is a distinguished Rwandan development professional, educator, and early childhood development specialist with over 35 years of experience. Let that settle in. Welcome, welcome, Muvunyi Ruben, to share and to give us your keynote. Thank you.
Imana ni nziza. Mwako murakaze. Rwose. Ndagira ngo mbasuhuze kandi mbishimire kuri uyu munsi mwiza twatumiwemo lifespan. Reka tubakomere mu mashyi. Turahangaha rero kubera impamvu imwe kandi nyamukuru, impamvu y'umwana. Ese mukunda abana? Rwose. Abana ni impano ituruka ku Uwiteka. Abana ni ishema ry'umuntu uwo ari we wese, ni ishema ry'igihugu, ni ishema ry'isi yose. Biribaza isi itarimo abana yabisite, yabibeshye, nta buzima yabifite. Turahangaha rero kugira ngo tuganire uburyo twarera umwana kandi mu buryo bwuzuye mu mpande zose kandi mu byo akeneye byose. Topic yanjye rero reka nsabe projection bamfashe kuko nakoresha slides kugira ngo dushobore gucunguza uburyo umwete. Tugiye kureba rero uburyo cyangwa impamvu kurera umwana holistically cyangwa as a whole person ari ingenzi. Sinzi uko nabivuga mu Kinyarwanda, ariko umwana ni mugari. Umwana tugomba kumurera mu byo akeneye byose, mu mpande zose, haba mu burezi. Ubundi muri education tugire ibyo bita 3H education. Traditionally nibyo twajyaga dushyiramo imbaraga: education of the head, education of the hand, and education of the heart. Ariko this time round haje n'indi concept ya 4H education, ku buryo hazamo well-being cyangwa health. Ibyo bice byose twigisha umwana ubuzima bwe bwose butari buzima, adafite amagara mazima, ntacyo byaba bimaze. Ni ngombwa rero ko mu byo twigisha byose dushyiramo n'ubuzima, yuko umwana agomba no kuba ari muzima mu mpande zose: physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, all aspects of life. Projection irabona ngira ngo bitabashobokeye, ariko kambanze mbatekereze agatekerezo k'ibintu byabaye. Ni kera hashize iminsi, byabereye Nyamirambo. Kera nigeze gukora muri uyu mujyi muri za 90. Iyo nkuru ngiye kubabwira ni icyo gihe. Ubu ntabwo nzi uko bimeze, ariko icyo gihe hari abana bitwaga ba mayibobo. Murabibuka? Iwacu Kimironko aho ntuye baracyahari. From time to time tujya tubabona, cyane kuri weekend cyangwa nimugoroba. Abo bana rero bari bayayogoje umujyi wa Nyamirambo. Muzi ko Nyamirambo ari wo mujyi, iyo ushaka kumenya Kigali ujya Nyamirambo. Buriya iyo ushaka kumenya umujyi wa Kigali uko uteye, Nyamirambo niho hitwa ko hari ubuzima bw'umujyi. Niho hari abanyamujyi, niho hari abasirimu bazi umujyi cyuvuze. Icyo gihe rero abo bana street kids niho babaga ari benshi, kubera ubuzima bwari buhari, babaga bahiganje cyane. Hari ubwo basanga bayogoje umujyi, bagafunga imihanda, bagatera imodoka amabuye, bakajya mu isoko, bakayogoza mu isoko, bakajya mu tubari, inzoga bakaziba, aho bacuruza ibicuruzwa bakagenda babyiba. Rimwe rero bigeze gufunga umuhanda, iriya junction ihuza uyu muhanda uva mu Gacuriro n'ujya mu Biryogo, barawufunga kubera ko mugenzi wabo ubuyobozi bwari bwamujyanye muri rehabilitation center. Hanyuma baravuga bati no, natwe tugomba kwihimura tukabereka ko dukomeye. Bafunga umuhanda iminota runaka, batangira kurwana rero n'ubuyobozi. Polisi irahurura, traffic police baraza. Bahageze ariko basanga habaye impanuka. Uko gufunga umujyi nako gufunga umuhanda, kera habaga imodoka ntoya zitwaga twegerane, bazitaga Nyamirambo, sinibuka izina bakoreshaga, ariko zabaga ari imodoka zirimo umuziki, zirimo zatwaraga abagenzi. Hari imodoka imwe rero yaje ibonye abo bana, iravuga iti aba bana bagomba guhanwa. Nawe yari umuntu nyine udafite indangagaciro, agonga umwana muri abo ngabo. Umwana arapfa. Birangira ubwo urumva habaye amakuba akomeye cyane. Polisi ihuruye ishobora gufatamo bamwe, abandi bariruka baragenda. Ariko ibyo byatumye abantu batuye hariya basigara bibaza ngo ibi bintu aba bana bacu, aba bana batunaniye biraterwa n'iki? Ninde ukwiriye kubibazwa? Ninde ukwiriye kubazwa? Abana bari mu muhanda, abana batiga, abana batari mu ngo zabo, abana bananiranye, abana batitwara neza. Ninde ubashinzwe? Ninde ugomba kubazwa ibyabo? Tugize Imana yuko uyu munsi turi kumwe na minisiteri ishinzwe umuryango, kandi mu by'ukuri babikora neza. Bafite ikigo cyitwa NCDA. Njye mbwira abanyeshuri nigisha, niko mukora ibintu bya NCD kuki NCD mutayizi. Ariko NCD bakora ibintu byiza cyane. Bakora ibintu byiza cyane, bafite gahunda nyinshi nziza cyane zo gufasha abana ngo be kugwingira, abana bakure neza mu gihagararo no mu bwenge no mu bumenyi no mu mpande zose. Reka dukomera amashyi NCDA. Yewe njya natendinga conferences zabo, na participatinze mu bikorwa byabo byinshi cyane, ni kuri technical working group yabo, ariko bakora ibintu byiza cyane bifasha abana kugira ngo bakure neza. Abana uyu munsi kuba tudafite abana mu muhanda benshi cyane no kubera imbaraga leta yashyizemo. Ubwo rero navugaga bya NCDA cyangwa National Child Development Agency, ni ikigo gishamikiye kuri Minisiteri ya Prof, gishinzwe kubungabunga ubuzima bw'abana, gishinzwe imikurire myiza y'abana, imirerere yabo myiza, kandi rwose bigenda neza. Abantu ba projection, niba mushobora guprojectinga mumfashe, kubera ko hari ibyo nateguye ntakibuka. Ikoranabuhanga naryo ryaraduhemukiye. Ubundi bajyaga kwigisha ibintu byose biri mu mutwe, ariko ubu ngubu byose biba biri ku mashini. Gusa byarangiye, iyo nkuru ya Nyamirambo yarangiye isize inkuru mu mujyi yuko umujyi ugomba kugira icyo ukora, kandi byatumye umujyi uhaguruka. Tangira no kumenya ese aba bana bitwara batya mbere na mbere babarizwa he, baba baturutse mu ihe miryango, baba baturutse he. Bamwe bari abanyamirambo aho ngaho, ariko hari n'abaturukaga kure. Ariko iyo disaster yabaye cyangwa ayo makuba yabaye yatumye ubuyobozi butekereza ko abana bagomba kwitabwaho cyane, ku buryo batagera ku rwego rwo kuba bafunga n'imihanda cyangwa kwigaragambya ngo mugenzi wabo bamujyanye mu kigo ngororamuco. Ni ukuvuga ko abana bakwiriye kwitabwaho. Tutabitaho bizaba nk'uko byagenze. Usange abana barikora ibyo bashaka, usanga abana bari mu muhanda, nyamara bagombye kuba bari mu ngo zabo cyangwa bari mu ishuri. Ibyo rero byose bibaho kubera ko tuba tutitaye ku bana. Can you move the slides, please? Okay. Ntabwo bigaragara neza. Iyi screen ngira ngo ntabwo izaza tumenyereye, ariko next. Okay. So, icyo rero tugomba kumva nuko abana tugomba kubitaho, kandi tukabagira abacu, tukabagira nyambere mu byo dukora byose. Next. Nagira ngo sharing the state of children in Rwanda. I just wanted to share some few statistics, but I think because of time we may not have the luxury of walking through all these rights. But what is important for us to know is that there are issues affecting children. According to recent statistics, children under 18 account for 49% of the total population of the country. Now, we have issues like teen pregnancy, where children aged 15 to 19, 8% of them reported pregnancies last year. Concerning children neglect, 63.9% of children live with both parents. Those are the lucky ones. But 24.5% live with one parent, what they call single parenthood. While 10.2% live with neither parent, often with no relatives or any institution to take care of them. 4% are double orphan. They have lost both parents. Next. Now, 45% of children live below the poverty line. And it is said that poverty is the leading driver of neglect, pushing children into begging, child labor, or street life. Now, in 2016, assessment found that over 4,000 children with disabilities in residential care facilities were in residential care facilities, highlighting neglect in family-based care. So there is a lot of neglect in family-based care. From 2012 to 2021, over 3,000 children were placed in formal foster care and 533 in foster families, showing efforts to reduce neglect through alternative care. So thanks to alternative care, at least some of the children who are suffering neglect in home-based care, they can find alternative parents. Child-headed households, yes, this 0.7% of households nationally are led by children under 18. Of course, that is because of our past history. Street-connected children estimated at between 10,000 and 12,000. Okay, so they spend most of their time on the street, with Kigali, of course, hosting the largest number. Now, the education gap with the street kids is 40%. So 40% of them are out of school, compared to less than 10% of the general child population. So you can see that a big bunch of street children are out of school. Of course, there are some who are in school. You see them in the evening, but during the day you can't see them. Next. Now, child labor is also still prevalent in some areas. Around 10% of children aged 10 to 17 engage in informal work, including street vending and begging. Now, there is also homelessness. Approximately 3,000 to 4,000 children nationally sleep in public places without family support. Health risks are also there. Street kids are twice as likely to suffer from malnutrition and lack access to health services or healthcare services. So this was the story I was talking about. I have already narrated the story. Next. Okay, so what is the lesson regarding this story that I shared? I shared this story, by the way, just to set the tone for the subsequent discussions we are going to have. So this tragic ending shows how unchecked mischief in an urban setting can spiral into irreversible loss. It highlights the dangers of neglecting vulnerable children and youth. Without guidance, their rebellion can end in disaster, leaving scars on both children and the community. Now, does this speak to anyone here? Does this story speak to this meeting? Yes, we need to give it a thought. Our children are languishing in the streets. They have little care. They have little home-based care support. Does it concern us as parents, as educators, as community leaders, as neighbors? Are we concerned? Next. So our theme was on the concept of the whole child. Whole child refers to an educational and development philosophy that sees children not just as students of academics, but as complete human beings whose physical, emotional, social, and cognitive needs must be nurtured. Next. So, why strong partnership matters in raising the whole child? The whole child concept means educating and supporting children in a way that goes beyond academics, ensuring that they are healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. Next. So raising the whole child means nurturing more than grades. It means shaping curiosity that fuels long life learning. It also means shaping confidence. It also means shaping compassion, shaping resilience. These qualities don't grow in isolation. They bloom when home and school create a shared garden, a shared vision, and a shared purpose. Next. So, the role of parents, very critical. Yes, it takes a whole community to raise such a child, but as the saying goes, charity begins at home. Home education lays the foundation upon which subsequent experiences are set. The role of the parent is indispensable and irreplaceable. When we look around our communities today, we often focus on the adults standing before us. But every adult was once a child. Every teacher, every doctor, every entrepreneur, every leader, all were once children. And before they attended classroom, they were at home, in their own homes. So home is very, be present in your children's lives, know their friends, understand their struggles, and walk beside them. I think this is very, very important. We need to really know our children. We need to understand them. We need to walk with them. We need to be in their lives. We need to be very, very close to them. Because at times we just send children to school thinking that the school is going to do what parents should do. No, it doesn't work that way. The role of the parent is irreplaceable. Community role, he called for a return to traditional African parenting, where raising children was a shared responsibility of the entire community. Is it very important? Is raising children still a shared responsibility? Even here in our country? Yes. Do we still care about the children in the neighborhood? At times I live next to a petrol station, and every evening you'll find such children. So I try to talk to them to know where they come from. And they will tell you lots of stories. Some of the stories are true, others are fabricated, because they also know how to make stories. Yes, they make up a lot of stories. They can really mislead you at times, but you'll find quite a number of them in the evening, picking food from the what do you call it? from the bins. Yes, they normally even jump over the fences. They know where where the trashes are, and they always go there to pick something to eat. Of course, some of them are very genuine. They come from very poor families. Next. So why do strong home-school partnership matter? Because no single adult raises a child alone. Parents can't outsource parenting to schools. Schools can't replace families. Communities can't wait until adolescence before they become involved. Children flourish when the important adults in their lives work together. Yes, unity. A unity of purpose is very, very important, especially at the family level and at the community level. Next, as we conclude. Next. Yes. So a child is not one of these: academic, emotional, spiritual, social, physical. A child is all of these at the same time. Does that make sense? So a child is a combination of all those elements at the same time. So when we talk of holistic development, we talk about the well-being of a child academically, emotionally, spiritually, socially, physically. All aspects of life have to be considered, they have to be taken care of. Next. So if parents only care about grades, the child loses. If teachers only care about the curriculum, the child loses. If communities only intervene after problems appear, the child loses. We are here because we believe in raising the child. I hope I'm addressing the right audience, those who believe with me that the kid needs to be developed holistically. It needs to be raised holistically and in concert. We all need to put hands and heads together to raise a child. Next. So, imagine a child named Amina at school. She learns about teamwork in science classes. At home, her parents encourage her to help with cooking, reminding her that teamwork makes meal possible. The lesson is reinforced in two worlds, school and home. That is the power of synergy and consistency. Next. I'm not seeing those characters. Okay. No, now imagine that if Amina's teacher not says that she struggled with reading because of strong communication. The teacher shares strategies with her parents. Together, they create a plan, reading bedtime stories at home, guided practice at school. That is early intervention in action. Next. So what are some of the practical ways in which this partnership can be established? Story sharing. Parents and teachers exchange stories about the child, about their strengths and their struggles. Celebrating culture. The school might invite families to share traditions, making children proud of their roots. Joint projects, from organized reading events to community cleanups, children see adults united in purpose. Open door. Schools welcome parents not just as visitors, but as partners in learning. Next. So, once I asked a group of children, who helps you learn? One boy said, my teacher. Another said, my mom. but a little girl whispered. Both, they talked to each other. That was good. So the whisper is the dream we must make louder. So this whisper that was made by this kid, that is both my mom and my teacher, that they work together to help me learn, that is the dream that we need to make louder. When home and school walk side by side, we don't just raise students, we raise whole human beings. And those whole human beings, one day, will raise the whole world. United we stand, divided we fall. A house that is divided cannot stand because it stands on sand. Next. So as I conclude, there's a Rwandan proverb which says, abatutira batongana ntibaturana. Have you heard of that saying? Yes. Which means neighbors who quarrel can't live together. It is a powerful metaphor for home-school collaboration. It reminds us that when parents and teachers are in conflict or disconnected, the child suffers, but when they live in harmony, the child thrives. In Rwanda we say, abatutira batongana nibaturana. Yes, that's what I've just said. But when they walk in unity, the child's journey becomes smoother, stronger, and filled with hope. So as we remind ourselves with another proverb, ubumwe umwana nuwa bose. A child belongs to everyone. And if neighbors who quarrel can't live together, then surely parents and teachers who collaborate can raise a child who belongs to all of us, a child ready to carry Rwanda and the world in a brighter future. If parents and teachers and the surrounding communities work together, what we saw in Nyamirambo will not only be reversed, but totally eradicated. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. If there is close collaboration between families, between teachers and parents, homes and schools, and the local authorities, this can be eradicated. By 2050, Rwanda aims to achieve high income status, with education serving as the foundation for human development, technological advancement, and social transformation. This can only be achieved through combined effort of parents, teachers, local leaders, community leaders, faith leaders, NGOs, civil society, private sector, to mention but a few. So if Rwanda has to achieve that status, all of us need to be in it. All of us need to join the journey of development. All of us have to give a hand. So we cannot leave it to teachers and parents alone. So it is the entire community that needs to work together. It takes the whole nation to raise a value-based citizens who can compete globally while enjoying prosperity and high quality of life. Remember, if you want to go far, go together. There is a saying that says, if you want to go very fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So this resonates with Rwanda's NST2 and Vision 2050. Let us all embrace the idea of working together in raising a whole child for the whole world. God bless you, and thank you so much. So with that, I think I have set a tone for discussions that will follow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can we clap for him again? Thank you so much for sharing the experience and for your in-depth look at raising a child, not just through academia, but in family setting and community setting. We're now going to move towards our first panel. If you may, I would like to invite the following panelists. I am inviting to the panel, as you were saying, these things of technology. Now the iPad is misbehaving. I can't read anything. But yes, let me invite to our first panel. What is this? It is embarrassing me. Yes, Miss Teta Urusaro. She's our first panelist, and Teta is a medical student at the Adventist School of Medicine of Eastern and Central Africa. She's a passionate advocate for children's well-being, mental health, and inclusive education. Welcome, Teta. Our next panelist is Ambassador Gerard Zirimwabagabo. He's an educator, agricultural development specialist, author, entrepreneur, former senior public servant, and he has served as the ambassador of Rwanda to Israel, chairman and CEO of Rwanda, and various other distinguished national and international leadership roles. Our next panelist is Mr. Damien Muzun. He is the founder of AINA Think Tank, which is an international research, training, student counseling, and youth development organization, which is headquartered here in Kigali with a growing Pan-African and global presence. And I'm going to be moderating the panel. I want to ask that they give us microphones. Thank you. Thank you so much for accepting to be part of this panel. My first question goes to Teta. Looking back at your childhood, she's still a child. Okay, in a former phase of her childhood. Teta, looking back at your childhood, what did you need most from the adults around you that perhaps might have not received now that you look back from an adult lens? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. That is a very difficult question to answer because I received everything, if I'm being very honest. My mom was an academic. She loved school. She made me love school. And there was a lot of involvement between my teachers and my mom, perhaps too much, in my opinion, because she had their numbers, they were on speed dial. And I always had like this fear of, oh, I made noise in class today. My mom is going to know because my teacher has the number. They're going to talk to each other, you know. But I think I would have loved maybe for me to be like whole in a sense. Because I was more into academics, I would have loved to have been into sports or been into art, different things of that sort. But generally, I received everything. If I'm being honest, I was spoiled. If if I'm being honest.
Thank you for bringing that up. And there shouldn't be any guilt around having such a great background. It's a blessing. It's not many children who get that. But I want to build on that before I ask the other panelists a question. Let's flip the question. And you slightly mentioned it, the involvement of your parents, your mother. Can you tell us more about how she was connected to your educators? How, and I know mothers do this, we keep our tabs. The mother hen, you are watching everything. But can you tell us more of that and how it has really played a very big role in who you are today?
Yeah, thank you so much. My earliest childhood memory is reading this book called Kadogo Goes to School. It was a girl who looked like me. She had the same hair as me. and wore the same uniform I used to wear, and she was going to school. So it was easy for me to connect the dots. This girl uh, gets ready in the morning like I do, says bye to mom, says bye to dad, and then goes to school. Then she comes back, she does her homework, and goes to sleep. It was textbook. That's what we did at home. And from a very early age, my mom talked to all of my teachers. My first teacher was Teacher Elizabeth. My mom had her number. She talked to her. They they were in contact. She knew the whole school calendar, would come for all of my events, even sports. I was very bad at sports. She should come to all of my events so I can come last, and then we go home. She knew that I was going to come last. I was not good at sports, but she'd still come. And throughout, even at university, like I remember when I went to school for the first time, like abroad, she came with me. No, like I was so confused because I'm grown. You're sending me to university, but you're coming with me. I mean, looking back, I thought it was a bit too much. Like, you're in my space. I'm grown now. I want to go to university by myself. But she came with me. She was there for like the oath ceremony, which wasn't necessary, but she did it, and I'm so grateful that she was very particular in the way that she showed up for me. Um, my mom printed my homework. Like, I would give her past papers. There'd be 78 pages, and she'd bring back 79 with an extra paper on the back for rough work. Why? I don't know, but she did it. She would print this unnecessary thing I liked. I've always been very organized. So I'd want a planner for the week. She'd print it. It had weird colors, pink, whatnot. She would not bring me black and white. She'd bring it back when it's pink. She appreciated my mind and nurtured it in that way. She knew that I was quiet and a reserved child, so she'd buy me books with fairies and worlds that didn't make sense to her, but they made sense to me. And she'd do that for me. She'd get me stickers. She knew I hated math, so she coached me in math. She got me teachers who would come home. I'm pretty sure from age 5 to 10, all of my Sundays were occupied by the teachers who would come home to teach me math, to teach me so many, like, she made sure, and the only way she knew that I wasn't good at math was because she would stay up late after work. She'd come home maybe around 7. Sometimes she had done the night shift. She's a medical doctor. So she'd come home, she'd make sure I've done my homework. She looks through the homework. The only homework she didn't look through was Kinyarwanda because she had no idea what was happening. So I used to love that we had Kinyarwanda homework. I'd pretend, yeah, I know what I did. You don't worry, because I knew she wasn't gonna check it. And she would check all of my homework. She makes sure it's signed. She makes sure that I've done it, and she would talk to my teachers. So what happened? Why isn't she doing well? And it wasn't just because she wanted me to have good grades. She actually wanted me to be confident in class. I was the kind of child who would never put a hand up if I have a question. If I have a question that's between me and God, I'll solve it when I get home. The teacher will never know about this because I was genuinely scared of the attention that would bring on me. I did not want that. So she would talk to my teachers after school. She would make sure that I have a teacher to come on Sunday to teach me the things I don't understand. And for somebody who had a crippling anxiety of numbers, I loved math. I ended up loving math so much. I thought I'd do a minor in math at university. I didn't know you can't do a minor with medicine, but I wanted to do math so much because she genuinely put in so much effort for me to love that class. She bought me textbooks, which were really expensive at the time. I didn't realize that they were until I went to uni and I had to buy my own textbooks. And I was like, you mean you're buying textbooks for me and my brother and they're this expensive? And it was really the little things, the internships, the sending me all of these courses. just because I said perhaps I'm interested in gender studies, and all of a sudden I see on my WhatsApp there's a message of this course I'm supposed to do, and I do it because she also doesn't like an idle mind, which has really helped me. So over the holidays, I'd have courses to do, I'd have books to read, I'd go to the swimming pool. I don't know, but I always had something. And now that I'm older and I look back at it, I'm so grateful for like the routine and the structure because it really helps me now in medical school. I'm able to like prioritize my mental health. I'm able to compartmentalize things to understand that, okay, I'm facing a hurdle at the moment. This means I need to sit back to analyze how to better move through this. I'm able to speak to my teachers now. If I'm not understanding something, we're not proceeding. No. I'm sorry to everybody who's in the class, but I have to understand. I came here to understand, which 8-year-old me would be so happy about. So, yeah, I'm really grateful.
Thank you so much, Thekla. Ambassador, I want to build on from Teta's experience. From what she just shared, her mother was not only involved in their family life at home, but she stepped out even into her academic life, invited the teachers back home. There was a synergy and a partnership between how she raised her children and how the teachers assisted in that. So this brings us to the question that I have in mind, because many people believe that parenting just starts and ends at home. But how do we encourage communities to embrace the shared responsibility? How do we encourage communities to embrace the shared responsibility for raising children without replacing parents and knowing where they stand?
Thank you very much for that question. And I know the keynote speaker also noted that. It's a very, very, very important responsibility that is a shared responsibility by all. But I think we need to convince our leaders at that level. Not only convince them, they themselves need to be convinced that this is an essential responsibility. It used to be in the past, but as people get so-called modernized, they become individualized, and it becomes difficult to even point a finger at someone's child. After all, today, your child can call the police on you. So how much more the community? Now, I'm not saying it's a wrong thing for children to do that. The problem is even parents are not sure about their responsibility. So all of us as a community, we need to fully understand what it takes to raise a child. And if we do that and we do our role as parents, it will be much easier to convince the community to engage in raising the children together.
Thank you so much. My next question goes to Damien. What common characteristics have you observed in communities that successfully support children's holistic development?
Yeah, thank you very much, Barbara. I would like to build on what my elder have said, and from the two dimensions. First of all, the thing that bring people to this country, I believe, are mainly the values than the gold and whatever resources. And sometimes we fail to recognize that we have value, and those value, for instance, you see the setup of this panel, whether it's intentionally designed, you go around Africa and those issue of inclusion, these African values, you don't see them very much anymore. But then how do we have such values and then people are failing? And the thing that we just heard this morning, you have so many parents who have done so much and they think they've done even sometimes more than what the parent of our sister have done. But their kids are in places like, is it Iwawa? Iwawa. And then it's heartbreaking. And these are things we just need to become intentional about. So I think when you come to our reality of what is happening today across Africa, we say we need to raise the children as the traditional African village. Before coming to this, having even this invitation, I was reading just by accidentally some of the notes shared by our First Lady here about raising the whole child, the way the village get involved. And I'm like, okay, how many countries do you see that? But still, when you look at the fact, our children, do we have to go back and live in the past, or we have to live in our presence? Maybe learning some lesson from the past, but adapting to it, because everybody's time to point finger to what have happened before. And what happened before is not the reality of today. Parents don't know their children. I mean, most of the leaders in this room, sometimes it's offensive to say so, but it's a reality. So how do we adapt to that reality? And what we do in our work, you have kids, sometimes people challenge us to see children of 9, 10, 12 years old flying alone from places like Mali. They have to go all the way to Turkey because of the complexity of the flight in Africa and come back to this place. Sometimes you get them at 2 a.m. This child have flown for more than 24 hours. And I have to sign to get those children for the past 12 years in this country to stay here and learn. We've gotten kids from different countries coming for that. And what do we do? During the holiday, we have these people we've trained who study from some of the school here, and they are playing the role of chaperone, the parenting role that we just grab somebody from the street that we hire to be housekeepers, and those housekeepers become the great parenting leaders in our homes because we are never there. The driver is now the person, but what education do they receive? So, because we need to live in the modern world and still try to grab things from the past, how do we create that artificial environment, if I may call it so, where this kid can learn? So that's some of the experience we've tried to duplicate in Mauritius, in Ghana, and here in Rwanda. But I can tell you right now as we speak, there are kids we have put in a camp in Tare, Louisland. The people who fear to send their kid to Louisland are our own citizens here, yet people have flown kids of underage to a country where even coming here, you know, sometimes the media doesn't do all justice, you know. People still call me and ask if I'm still alive in Rwanda, if I'm not in jail. You know, that's the kind of image some people, for some reason, have tried to paint. But then somebody can still have the courage to send his kid here because they want to raise that whole child in terms of great development and so forth. So I think we have to become intentional about how do we live in the present instead of trying to say we want to live in the past, which we are not in.
Wow, thank you so much. I'll come back to that. There's a lot to unpack there. You've brought the issue of how we raise our children with the help of housekeepers who may not have been raised well themselves, and we trust our children with them. There is a lot to unpack there, but we'll come back to that. Let me come back to Teta. You have shared the experience of being raised by a mother who was very intentional. Quick light moment. Is she alive? Can she adopt kids?
I don't think she's willing at the moment, even as she's tired.
She is. But we hear from the intentionality that comes with this kind of parenting. When we parent and we are not intentional and we are not hands-on, we lose our children in the process. And with intentionality, as you mentioned it, Damien, there is the teaching of values, and the PS mentioned it, the values, the value system of this nation. How do we pass values to our children? So my next question, unscripted, but can you think of 3 key values that your parents taught you that still lead the life you live today?
Thank you. The first one would be hard work. There's no shortcut. If you're taking a shortcut, it's because you're doing the wrong thing. If you want to do something the right way, you're doing it wholeheartedly. It's going to be painful, but there's no shortcut. So that's one. You have to work hard. Everybody under the sun works hard. You're not going to be the exception. You have to work hard. That's number one. Number two, do to others what you'd want them to do to you. And that's been something that I realized not everybody grew up with that. And I was surprised when I went to school, and I was like, why would you do that? You know, if I wouldn't do it to you. But it's a very core value that my mom has repeated time and time again, because to her, we are human, and the best thing we can do is share that humanness with one another. So be kind, be considerate in all that you do. Then the third one would be Christ centered. We are a very Christian family, and I personally, I wasn't like I would be taken to church, which was good, but I can say that even when my mom doesn't feel like going to church, I'd still want to go to church, because she taught me that it's not just a house, it's a community, it's a place where we can reset our compass, you know. Our morals come together. You meet people who are just like you, who believe in the same things like you, which is very important to stay in a mold that's safe, that protects you, and that's good for you. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Can we give her a round of applause? My next question goes to Ambassador Zirimwa Wagabo. Teta has highlighted another aspect of our community besides schools. Now there is the church. There are different areas and spaces where our children find themselves in. So how do we support the role that community leaders have in raising whole children? How do we support them, or how do we get leaders of these communities to understand that when our children go to Sunday school on Sunday, they are literally contributing to the wholeness of those children? When they go to the soccer or summer camps, these days we see that as children are going for summer camps, they're going to spend some time with other leaders. How do we get them to understand the role they have in raising children who are whole, who are resilient?
Allow me to answer that question in a very general way, because I have a personal burden with parenting. And as you heard, I have written a book on this. And part of the reason I was doing this is because I realized, first of all, as a parent myself, that we come into parenting with no formation. It's the only thing we do as a community where we have absolutely no formation. Teta tells us she's studying medicine. I'm sure she's going to be a good doctor. But if she becomes a parent, where would she have gone to school to be a parent? And being a parent is a much more difficult task than being a doctor. Never mind, you don't want someone from the street to operate you when you're sick, because they know zero about medicine. But we raise children knowing zero about parenting. As parents for our children, now how much more the community who are not really the parents of this child? So my burden today is, how do I convince us as young people, as parents, as the community, as leaders, to realize that we cannot continue to parent the way our great-great-parents parented their parents, our grandparents, and our grandparents parented our parents, and our parents parented us, and now our children, and some of us, our grandchildren. We are all doing it blindfolded. Why is it that a doctor needs to go to school for 25 years to become a good doctor, and a parent has absolutely no place to go to learn a little bit about parenting? So the community you're talking about is a product of us, the parents. and we're all unprepared. Of course, we can, through our leaders, encourage the community to see the value of working together as a team to support, faith institutions, to support schools, even to support community-based parenting activities. Because I know we have these in Rwanda, I think, umugoroba w'ababyeyi, ibintu nk'ibyo ngibyo, very useful initiatives. But what are we carrying to these activities to support good parenting? That is really my main question. I'm sorry I'm not answering your question. I'm just asking more questions because I don't seem to have answers. However, let me say this, and I may seem like I'm promoting myself, but because of all these questions, I've recently written a book, or rather developed a manuscript for a book, and the title is Before You Bend the Knee. I'm sure young people here know that expression. Before you bend the knee, why marriage and parenting preparations must start early. And in that manuscript, I don't only suggest what can be done because I'm also not qualified, but I tried as an educator, as a parent, to even suggest a curriculum for parents, for preschool, for primary school, for high school, in parenting skills. Because I think preparations for parenting should be not a responsibility for parents alone, as many have suggested here. It's a joint effort between parents, teachers, the community, and government to raise the next generation. So all these levels must figure out what their responsibility is here. And we all must contribute to this effort because none of us has gone to school to learn how to do this.
Wow. I think everyone goes home with that question. How are we preparing ourselves? If you've not had children, how are you preparing yourself to be a good parent? And if you're parenting, what are you doing that is right and what are you doing that is not right? And there's a lot of resources out here. I think we need to educate ourselves even more. We have more exposure certainly than our parents, than our grandparents. So there is no excuse, really. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Damien, you have lived in different countries and worked in different countries. What effective practices have you seen that have strengthened collaboration between parents, schools, and communities?
Thank you very much, Barbara. These things of trying to point to country as a role model and individuals role model have been causing also a lot of problems recently. So I would like to, if you allow me, to not name names of countries and so forth. We've seen in many communities, because as I mentioned earlier, how do we live with this reality of today and not thinking that, okay, the past was better than today, and then we have to replicate the past in a life that is not a current life. This goes to the fact that so many parents think to overprotect their kids, and we see that in many society. And today, the success of so many people in terms of achievement and position have led to an entire irresponsibility and failure upon children. But then you go to places where people still kind of come together the way we are brainstorming here to find solution, because nobody have the answer. That's why we decided to come together and address this issue. And when you take different community with their own pattern, I've seen parents who would put their children in situation where even when they have more than enough, they don't tend to parent this kid in a kind of, okay, I've walked to school, now that I have a car, my child cannot take a walk to, or even the bus, to even to a school. So it has become an issue of, as long as I can pay the most expensive school for my child and a kind of branding or sending the kid abroad. I think there was even a statement we heard here when I believe it was the president who made this statement. He said we pay a lot of money to send kids abroad and they come back drug addicted, destroy. Do we really need to spend so much to destroy the kids? Or we can even spoil them here at a cheaper price. Now, this goes to all this reality we are facing today when we tend to see that what works, uh, you can see sibling, like our sister, I'm glad she's on a panel with us, who can invest even more than that. But then the child still decide to say, I want to fail. Whatever you do for me, I just want to fail. And that goes to uh, they cannot be one side cut it all. We just need to become intentional, see like this child is unique. How do we address and adapt to this child and know that tomorrow will not be a responsibility for the failure of this child? If we start asking ourselves questions around those frame, we will not say going back to the same old habit where it's like, oh, because this parent have done it this way or this country have done it this way. Though we need general context, like an environment that is friendly, that give that kind of resilience to the child from the bottom up. And this collaboration, you can even have your son being the teacher of your child, which means the teacher of the child live at the same house, but it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. So these issues are very complex situation that there is no single answer that we may just pretend that we want to give here. It's a work of exploration. We fall, we rise, we adapt, we adjust, we find all the way to make sure that we have a situation that no one really have the silver bullet to say, okay, this is the parenting. And that's also the side kind of challenges we are facing today. Some of us read books about parenting, but then you go to the practice and meeting the unique child, and you find that that parenting book, you might even have to throw it in the dustbin because it won't help. So as much as we need technical know-how about this parenting, there is a much call for adaptive work in this regard, which sometimes needs our presence in that child's life, from the parent to the student to the street, because we sometimes forgot that even the street educate our children more than even as the parent and the school.
Thank you so much. I want to open this space now for questions from the audience. We'll take 3 questions. If you can give us your name and who the question is addressed to, and then we ask our panelists to respond. Let me see if we have questions in the audience. I see a hand raised at the back. Well, I see 3 hands already raised. Can we give them the microphones? And please tell us who you're addressing the question to.
Thank you. First, I want to say, Miss Arlene, this is a blessing. I'm from America, and as a coach and a mental health and social work professional, you could take this concept, this initiative, even to America, because many of the same issues I'm listening as a social work professional happens in urban communities in America. And I say to my people, my family who are from this country, we have to come to appreciate each other and communicate a little better. My question is to Tata. I'm a coach, and it was my mother, not my father, who started me in athletics. Even as early as when I came out the womb, they put a ball in I call it the manger, in my baby bed. You mentioned athletics, but I also know it as being blessed to travel around the motherland. There's sometimes this mentality about, and I'm just, excuse me, but I have to use this term, African parents have a bit of a disregard for athletics. But athletics teach wholeness in many fashions. And the reason I'm standing here is because of athletics, because I was invited by a school in this country to come and teach athletics. And my goal is to live here, not to just visit. But for the question, what was it about athletics that you saw that your parents, in a sense, you said you wish they would have, pushed that more? And apologize. My name is Nadir, but I go by Coach One.
Well, Coach One, thank you so much. The question goes to Teta. I think you've got that, but let's take two more, and then the panelists will respond. We had hands raised, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Mugisha, and I'm an entrepreneur. I learned a lot from this panel already, and also I'd like to thank my sister Eileen for this wonderful session, for newly married or parents to get these first-hand lessons ahead of time. But my question is addressed to everybody, however you feel like answering it. Because something I've learned from this session is you don't learn parenting anyway. Now, I also had another perspective adding on that yes, you can read so many books about parenting, but every child is unique. Now, how do we combine now that uniqueness plus the technicality of it, and as also me myself being spiritual, everything now the way my belief tells me to do, plus the reality that I'm living in this Gen Z or technology-based world with AI now in the picture, bringing his own or their own perspective, the combination of all that. Now, what would be now the best or the right parenting in summary? Thank you very much.
That's a heavy question. Best parenting in this day and age. Our panelists will respond to that. Okay, the lady at the back and this lady at the front, and then we answer them. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm called Doreen Kazargwa, and I'm an educator, a teacher as well. A teacher beyond educator. I became an educator because I think there's a difference between a teacher and educator. Yeah. So what I want to say, it will go straight to Grandpa, to Mr. Zirimabaga. Yeah, calling him Grandpa.
That's a better name. He says it's a better name.
Yeah. I'm sorry for that because I'm, I think, familiar with how we used to call him back to somewhere back. Anyway, when we are parenting, first of all, I thank my sister who arranged this. In parenting, most of the time, I used to say that we do have 3 P's that helps. Personally, that's what I normally use when I'm either talking to the youth or to still parents, where there is first P stands for parent, second one stands for public, and the third one will stand for police. I explain. A parent is that, for example, we are here. Most of us, we are parents, right? Other than parents to be. Now, after being a parent and you're educating your children and you're parenting your kids, they will turn now to be the useful people in the public, as the way Teta is doing. Then from there, if the child during public session or during public stage is not doing exactly according to how the parent has been parenting that child, then the child will be for the police. That's where the child will start going for drugs and stuff like that, right? Which I think no parent will like it. So I take this to Mr. Zirimabagabo. As the community, what are the measures that are there in case a parent, himself or herself, or both, are the one who are failing the children? Mr. Muvunyi said that the children belongs to all of us, which also personally I agree. But let us go back to our own culture and proverbs. And then also we come to this point that ukunda umwana wundi, I don't know, urusha imbabazi umwana, something like that, abashaka. So how do we put those two words when it comes to our culture and then to this culture right now, and also the measurements that can be taken to such kind of parents who are failing their children? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Laura, and I'm a mother of 2 boys, a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old. And I'm also an entrepreneur and a certified hospitality trainer. So my question is about the community. We've said that it takes a village to raise a child. However, we know that there are issues in the world that is happening that we now fear this very community that we're talking about. There is pedophilia. There is uncles and aunties going after your children. So how do you trust the community to take care of your child? And I think one of you mentioned that these days we've become very individualistic, and that's correct, because I'm afraid of the neighbor who might do something to my son. I remember a few years ago, my son probably made up that story, and he said some neighbor next door was touching his, pots. So it could be a true story. It could be a really made up story, because we know how kids can be very imaginative. So after months of investigating this issue, we found that it was actually a story. It didn't happen, but still it could have happened. So how do we trust these communities to help us raise this child?
Wow. So I will invite the panelists to respond, but some of these questions can also be responded by some of our officials in the audience. I mean, if you have something to share, please feel free. Mr. Movunyi, if you have anything to share, given the experience you have, or any of the other officials who have anything to speak into the questions that have been asked, please feel free to also chip in and add something. But Teta, let's take your answer, and then we'll come along with each of the panelists. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach Juan, for for the question. Personally, as a background, I did most of my schooling here in Rwanda. Then during my high school, I did some of it in Nairobi. So the system at the time in Rwanda was not very, I just did school. That's all I ever did. So the reason why I was talking about, art and sports was because when I went to Kenya, I noticed my counterparts were involved in sports and arts, and I felt left behind. In Kenya, the way it was, there were seasons for sports. They'd have athletics in I think around January, then they'd have rugby, then they'd have basketball, they'd have netball, they'd have so many games I heard of when I got there. So you can imagine I'm trying to learn the rules for netball because it's a must for you to go play, sports. I didn't like it because I'd never done it before. However, it's not because I wasn't encouraged to do it. No. My mother did cross country athletics, but that's because she did school in Kenya. So she loved sports. On Sundays, she'd play badminton with my brother. I didn't like it. I just didn't. However, the person who thrived in athletics was my brother. He When he went to Kenya, he had a time. I'm talking people what they call scouts for basketball. They'd be at his games coming to see him, and I'm like he thrived because the school encouraged him as a whole. He learned the drums, he picked up guitar, he picked up piano. In a year, he could play the guitar, the piano, the drums, things he would never do when he was in school here in Rwanda. And I think that's because when you give children exposure to such programs, it shapes them as individuals. Because the things that he learned, the way I see him now as a person, he's very disciplined. Something that I feel like people can only get from sports. There's a certain dedication that athletes have that regular people, we can try to have it, but it's not as, you're putting your body through things it has never been through. You're contorting it to I don't even know how he moves like that, you know, but he does it. He trains, he works on it. He's currently in law school, but he'll still play basketball. Why? Perhaps it's a way to decompress. It's an amazing outlet for so many things. You of all people should know how sports changes, you know, people's mental health and aids them to you know be better people. But personally, when it comes to like sports and arts, I feel like if I'd been exposed earlier in my school system, I would have been, you know, better at it or even more receptive, you know, to it. By the time I went to Nairobi, I really just wanted to do school. I liked drama, so I did that. But I hadn't been exposed to running or all those things at an early age, so I just didn't do it. But yeah, thank you so much for your question.
Thank you. Ambassador? Yes.
Thank you. Let me make two, rather like four contributions quickly. The first one, let me start by thanking the organizers of this. I mean, this is like a 7-star event. Because I think it should be number one issue that we should be addressing as a community. And part of the reason is this. There is research to show that where we all fail as a community, as parents, in raising children, early childhood education does some mediation. It helps fix some of those weaknesses that we have had in raising our children. So that is one of the reasons. Number two, let me make a reference to a Harvard study. Because we are talking about education and so on and so forth. And this study was trying to establish the most important elements that contributes to our success in life. Now, success is not defined what it is. I mean, people may define success in different ways. But whatever it is, this was a study, and these were the results that came out of that study. Number one, greatest contributor to success in life is growing up in a home, a loving home. As a child, growing up in a loving home. Now the question you can ask, how many homes today have love to their children? And I'm not asking parents to determine whether they love each other, but whatever you do these kids feel the love? Because that is the greatest factor. Someone there talked about athletics. Yes, everything that happens to a child in those early stages, from the time the mother conceives, affect their mental development, whatever it is you do. And that's why this study is so important. The second issue they discovered, number one was a loving home. Number two, doing chores at home. Now you tell me how many kids today do chores at home? Because many of us have a lot of house help.
Yes.
The mother doesn't know how to do anything at home. The father is absent. They don't even know what to do at home, but they're absent. So this is where parent starts to fail. Because doing chores at home and having a loving home, these are the two major things that contribute to success in life, because they build your brain, they give you confidence and security in the home and in school as you grow up. Now, among the issues Harvard was looking at was included also going to a good school like Harvard, where we love to send our kids from here. Now, I can tell you today, going to a good school like Harvard did not even feature among the top 10.
Wow.
So, in Kinyarwanda, there is a very, very important saying that I've said in Kinyarwanda. I don't know how you translate it. It says, uburere buruta uburezi. Parenting is far more important than a good education. So, thank you very much. So, you don't parent your kids before they are 5. You know, my wife and I, and thank you for calling me grandpa because I love that title. We have parented our kids. They are grown people, they have their own children, but we still parent them.
Wow.
Because your child does not need your parenting until they are 5. They need it until you are 55. My father passed away last year at 96. He was still my father parenting me.
Wow.
So don't think it is a wise thing to send your 15-year-old to Harvard in America. I know her mother, and everything she said is true. And she's going to medical school here in Kigali and still being parented by her mother. That is excellent. That is what parenting is all about. Now, there was a very good question about how do you trust the community? Of course, we don't trust the community because the community, like all of us, we are a product of generations and generations of bad parenting. We need to fix this. And that's why I'm grateful for this meeting. We need to start here and move forward. What do we need to do to train the young ones now to be better parents than we have been? Let me tell you, when I wrote that book, Foundations Matter, the idea came from a national meeting here about 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And they were talking about the future of the world that time. And the future they were describing is with us today. Economy that is going south, wars all over the place, digital and technological advancement, which is taking away employment. And the question that was asked at that national conference, what are we doing today to support the youth to be able to deal with those challenges that are coming in the future? And when they opened the floor like they just did here, the first person who got up was a young man about 25 years of age in front of the national conference. And he said, we, the young people today, are disappointed because of the way that our parents have raised us. That was his comment, and he sat down. Then the next person who got up was a young lady with maybe teenage children. And he said, for me, I have just a request to government. My request is that the government set up a year of national service after secondary school. Because our children, Ngowara Tunani, that was her words. I remember vividly. Bara Tunani. Now, you imagine parents who have raised children for 18 years, and they want the government to put up 1 year of national service to fix all the problems they have not been able to deal with. And this is the community we are talking about. We cannot trust it. But we can't blame them either because we are part of that community. What we need to do today is to say, what do we need to do? And I think that's why we have this conference. What do we need to do? And my humble contribution is that we all have to bring our heads together and say, how do we need to prepare the children to become better parents than us? They need to learn how to do that. They need to go to school to learn this. We don't learn this by osmosis. You know, if that was true, a child who grew up in a broken home, what are they learning by osmosis? To have a broken home and to have poor parenting. This cannot continue forever. It's like we have the best military in the country,
We have the best doctors. We have the best teachers. But we have the worst parents because nobody trains them how to be parents. Thank you. Well, if I'm allowed to add some few words to what is already said, I think one of the things that personally would like to address was the question related to the 2 points that we raised here in the middle. One person said, and we didn't consult, it's been long that I've greeted our grandpa on the panel here. We just met. But what the point he raised was more of schooling for parenting, which does not exist. I want to top it up by saying we do need to learn about this thing. This thing could be learned and we can go through the script. It's just that what we learn are not always enough. In some of the courses that we design today in our center, we have this thing called intuition. If anyone here have ever participated in our classes, we emphasize on that. But intuition is the total opposite of logic. Logic is almost like mathematics, 1 + 1 = 2. There is a saying that God exists, that's why mathematics is consistent. That the same number in China is the same everywhere in the world. But sometimes we forget that the devil also exists, since we cannot prove it. Some of the theorems of Pythagoras, Thales, and so forth, we don't have any way to prove them. So we need both. Even if we have all this technical part of parenting, the reality on the ground, if we are inspired enough, we build our insight to an extent that we can learn from God, even get that intuition, if I may use the scientific word, that help us to also know that everything we learn, you may come in front of a situation where you have to go beyond the technique to solve the problem. So we need both. It's not that you take one and then you throw the other on the side. That led to the issue of trust. The trust starts with us. We are the people to be trustworthy before expecting the world that we want to be trusted. And that generally came from the spirit of fear. I would always say that every individual in this world is guided by a good intention. But for some reason, we fall short. And if we go by that principle, we will see that even the people we are told to be so and so, because you wouldn't believe things that people say about country like this when some of us keep coming and going, and they have all kinds of biases. It's not that hell. Sometimes I'm allowed to say that. Now, the point is, the fear comes from two sides. The story that is projected out there about fear your neighbor, which is just a reason to divide us. The more you know your neighbor, the more you wouldn't have a reason to fear them. But if you close up, lock the fences, the way we now have houses all have to be fenced, and that goes back to the history of the traditional parenting. There was no fence. And this kid goes around, anybody can correct your child, and not everything was great or fancy about our formal traditional education, but it did bear fruit. You know, some of these kids could be beaten by a total stranger, and the parent will feel like, yes, I'll go and thank this elder who have beaten my child, because if I were there, I wouldn't have even done worse than that this stranger has done, because you believe this person has a good intention, he has the best of the child at heart. So because we've tried to raise this fear-mongering around ourselves and this suspicion, like, there must be a hidden agenda. And even without going to test, you invite someone to a conference like this, like, who is behind it? Go and listen to what they say first. Later, you can just figure out if it's necessary who is behind it. But we get hung up to the too much detail that we can't even see the forest today for the trees. We get into too much unnecessary detail that it's all about, you know, there must always be somebody plotting. Who are we so that everybody must be against us or even wanting to hunt us? So if from that question,
the issue of trust somehow is solved. So we just need to be careful so that we don't add more fuel to the fire that we already need now to extinguish. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is a very rich panel, but we have to bring it to a close. One last question to each one of you to be answered in as short a time as you can. A quick one. Teta, if you would say something to the parents in this room, what would you tell them?
I think it's to listen to your children. They have many emotions that they're new to. They've never felt this before. They're learning new things. They are experiencing life afresh, you know. You've had years to do this before, but they're starting. So it's important to listen to them, to also realize that the times have changed. Perhaps you don't really need to beat the stupidity out of them, like I used to hear sometimes, that because a child has gotten bad grades, when you beat them regularly, you know, they'll pass, things like that. The times have changed. Speak to their teachers. Just be more involved in your child's life. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Teta. My question to the ambassador, looking towards the future, what values must we intentionally preserve and pass on if we want to raise compassionate and responsible citizens?
That's a very interesting question. It's a very important question. You know, I think Teta mentioned some of the very important values that she learned, and I think they are very important values. Let me add on those a few. I believe loving our country is a very important value, because when you have no country, you have nothing. I think those of us who were born in this country and were unfortunate to live outside of it, not by our choice, and have been able to come back to this country, this country the way it is today, we really understand what it means to love your country. Secondly, and I think this was mentioned by in some of the opening speeches, loving our families, because community is built from family level. And as someone mentioned, he said, your biggest investment in life is raising your children. That's a powerful value that we must. You can chase wealth, you can chase glory and power. No problem. Those are all good things. But without a good family, you have nothing. So I think we're again here for a very important reason. And I think Aline said something that I had never thought about, the way she structures the differences among children, especially challenged children. Instead of calling them by their challenges, I don't remember the terms she used, like neurodiversity, because that's really what it is. It's part of good parenting. And so, and in good parenting, I think it embraces most of the human values that we can choose to espouse today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Last question to you, Mr. Damien. Parents today are saying they're very busy. Teachers are overwhelmed. How do the two align and become partners instead of blaming each other? And we're done.
I think in simple terms, the two of them have to focus on the child than focusing on themselves.
Yes.
And I have a quote here that said that it's hard to meet any child, wherever they come from, that does not want to succeed. The only challenge we have is that we have children who were never shown that success was available to them. And whether they come from greatness or big families or the street or whatever context that we can share here, once every child intentionally is given the chance that you can, then we'll have a whole transformed society, and maybe these conferences, we can take this money to do something else. But now it's the most important problem in our society, and I'm glad those who fought behind it to make it happen did what they had to do. And such kind of event, you can never have it without the challenges that goes with it. For those who organize the event, when I received invitation to come for this event, few days before the event, I got a call that I had to be in Benin. And those who called me, I could not say no to it. I went, but I still came back for this because I saw it was something that is missing in our society. So if we give the child our priority, that is the focus, we'll find time, we'll find resources, anything that we'll need to get the work done, we'll have that done. And that's the only thing that it matters in this kind of volatile and confusing world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you for your contributions. As they go back to their seats, we can do better than that. Let's give them a bigger round of applause. Thank you for your contributions. We are now going to take a short break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back for the last part of our event. 15 minutes, and we'll be back. Coffee, tea, snacks are served just right outside. Thank you.
ikarame mushumburagiye inyangamutsindo tubaye impundu we narame mu Rwanda uko rugamba uruganga haziya uberwa n'inganje urenga bike narame mu Rwanda nyiri umuheto wananiye abahanga uretse n'ubuhanga narame mu Rwanda karame nanone karame mushumburagiye inyangamutsindo tubahe impundu we narame mu Rwanda uri kwizirangabura rw'amagendo icumu rigera ikigembe yigeze ku nshuro uri rugaba rw'umuheto ngero rwiyumvisha riraranguza imitungo iyo ntaza kugira umuheto wongera kugimana rwa ntabwo urutira ubanza umuhinga yabanje mu ntoki ubonye iyo ujyaho yego ye shegera usheshe umushirabwoba intwari we shambura ababisha shema ry'u Rwanda narame mu Rwanda naciye mu Rwanda nzanavumera intwari we ababyeyi basubiza ingobyi mu mugongo narame mu Rwanda karame nanone karame mushumburagiye inyangamutsindo tubahe impundu we narame mu Rwanda ntwarica agatinyirwe cyose ntwari uretse n'ubuhanga narame mu Rwanda shegera usheshe umushirabwoba intwari we shengura ababisha shema ry'u Rwanda narame mu Rwanda uri rutagwabiza iminega inkuba zesa mihogo rw'amugabo ujya ibanza kumuruza yatwaye umurongo wananiye abaswa narame mu Rwanda narame mu Rwanda narame uwo ni rutagwabiza iminega y'indekwe uwo ni rutibasigiza kudakimariza yita iminega uwo ni rutendeza mbuga rwajye mu kibicuzami akabimutware muzi mpuruza narame mu Rwanda 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 uri rwizangaba rw'amugenge icumu ryari ikigembe yarigeretse ku nshuro uri rugaba rw'umuheto nyaruguru yumvisha nirayiranguza imitumbi bati nimwice kuri mutukura abahungu barwaniye ese ubonye iyo ujyaho karame nanone karame mushumburagiye inyangamutsindo tubahe impundu we narame mu Rwanda
Welcome back to the second part of our event. And I would like to start off by thanking you, Esther. Thank you for the performance. At this point in time, I want to welcome our second keynote speaker. And he's going to be shifting our attention to a dimension of child development that is often invisible, yet profoundly important. Academic success means very little if a child is struggling emotionally. His presentation is going to be centered on child well-being and mental health, the shared responsibility of home and school. Let's welcome Dr. Jean-Pierre Ndagijimana to come and give us the... I think he probably stepped out. Yeah, he probably stepped out. So in the meantime, as he comes in, I want to share a story. Can we do storytelling? So, as it was said by our panelists earlier on, we are living in different times, and parenting looks very different to us. The experience is a different experience, and we need to be open-minded towards that. So I am a mother of 3 boys. I think a few of them have seen me and my boys on social media. Let's see people who love our antics. Huh? We post antics, to be honest with you. But there is something I have learned with parenting in this generation. And I was talking about it with the ladies that were seated on the table together. The way we were raised, it's very different from the way we have to raise our children. Back in the day, you couldn't tell your parents what you're thinking. It was considered disrespectful. You couldn't share your ideas or be open about anything negative. You would take your ideas and thoughts and issues to bed. But not the children of today. The children of today will challenge you, and they are very exposed. Very, very exposed. So my firstborn is 14 years old. He's in high school. He's in grade 8 or senior 2, as many call it. And he told me something very powerful a few months ago. He came home and told me, "Mom, do you know there are some children from school who struggle with depression?" Ndamureba ni depression at 14. I asked him, "What do you know about depression?" He says, "Mom, depression is when someone is very sad and they can't define why they are sad and they are struggling. So I have schoolmates who are struggling with depression." So I asked him, "Do you know why those children are struggling with depression?" And he told me, "Well, some of them come from families that have problems." Again, we are coming back to the family. While we are talking about raising a whole child, we are definitely highlighting healthy parenting, healthy homes, healthy families. Turikumge. So he tells me some of them come from families that have problems, so they carry the sadness and the pain that they bring from their families. And some of them have started what we call vaping. Do we know vaping? Vaping, muraiz. Vaping nago muiz. Nyibabgire, can I tell you what vaping is? So, children today are smoking. As young as 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They are smoking, but not the regular cigarettes. They are smoking what we call vapes. Vapes are like flash discs. Tumeze ngudu flash discs umwana ashira ku munwa agakurura. So parents, you might be here and your child is vaping and you don't know. And actually, vaping is worse than regular cigarettes. So my son goes on to tell me, these kids are struggling with depression. First of all, how does a 14-year-old know depression? Understand depression. And then he tells me some of these kids are struggling with depression. Some have suicidal thoughts. Suicide at 14, at 13. And some of them to medicate, self-medicate, they vape, and they're having sex as young as 12. Not rape. Sex. Consented sex. at 14. I don't know how that is consented. But my son was telling me, ngo babyumvikanaho. Ariko, we have understood the roots of where some of these issues are coming from. So when we talk about a child's wholeness and well-being, we have to talk about their mental health. So I talked to my son to wrap the story because doctor is here. So I asked him, what about you? As if he was going to tell me the truth. He's like, Mom, for me, I think he said the appropriate answer. Yama igisubizo gikwiye. He said, Mom, for me, I pray. You know, you taught us how to pray. I was like, are you giving me the appropriate answer because I will make you pray and I'll cast demons out of your spirit? He laughed. He said, Mom, seriously, I pray. I tell Jesus if I have struggles. But we have been blessed that he attends a school that provides mental health care takers. The school he attends, they have psychiatrists in the school who listen to children, who give them the mental health support. So I told him, listen, my son, you don't have to lie to me. If you're struggling, please go see a therapist and talk to them. And if you still want to talk to me, you can come talk to me and I will not judge you. We will process whatever you're feeling. And he said, no, Mom, I pray and Jesus helps me. I said, okay, Jesus helps you. But at least we had that conversation. Now, going back to what I was saying, we were not raised in that kind of understanding and mindset where you could tell a parent, for some of us, that, look, I'm struggling with sadness. Sadness, gute, worry. Huh? Your school fees is paid. Why are you sad? You are not allowed to be sad. But we live in a country that is opening spaces for conversations like this. We live in a country that is shining light on things that our parents didn't have the luxury, the privilege, and the rights to. So I think this is a call for us as parents to do better. We always say this, ngo you can't give what you are not given. Ngo nta utanga icyo atahawe. It's a nice statement, but it shouldn't excuse us from learning and adapting to what we didn't receive. So with that said, I want to invite Dr. Jean-Pierre to come and give us his keynote, talk to us more about a child's mental health. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Guest of honor, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, parents, educators, and community members, good morning. I do want to appreciate the opportunity to discuss the conversation on the whole child, raising the whole child, because sometimes the conversations we have tend to separate the mental, physical, spiritual aspect of a human. And sometimes that makes the concept of mental health feels like a scam, because it doesn't say something tangible. But when we conceptualize and understand the experiences of a human, starting with children, looking at them from a whole child framework, we understand the picture in a more helpful way. It's therefore a privilege and a pleasure to be with you today, and allow me to really express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for understanding and championing the movement to think of mental health and physical health from a more holistic approach rather than duality. And discussing this, I would like to acknowledge the vision as I understood it with this forum. Again, many conferences bring people together to share knowledge. Others become the beginning of a bigger picture and a bigger journey, and that is how I'm feeling about this particular conference. The theme of today's conference, Strengthening Home School System for Child Wellbeing and Holistic Development, captures that vision. It recognizes something that developmental science has been teaching us for decades. Children do not grow in isolation. They grow within relationships, within families, within schools, within communities. When the important adults in a child's life work together with trust, consistency, and shared purpose, children are more likely to develop, belong, heal, and flourish. And I believe that is one of the most hopeful ideas we can carry into our work. Because today's conversation is not simply about raising children, it's about becoming the kind of adults children need. Before we go any further, I would like to invite you to think of someone for a moment. Think about one child. Not children in general, one child. Perhaps it is your son, your daughter, your grandchildren, or your grandchild. A learner in your classroom, particularly that one who is always sitting behind. A child you counseled some years ago. A niece, a nephew, a neighbor, or maybe a total stranger. See their face. Take a moment. Now ask yourself, who helped that child become the person they are today? And maybe feel free to also, maybe that child can also be yourself. Think of your younger self. What helped that child become the person they are today? Was it one extraordinary conversation that happened? Was it one remarkable lesson? Was it an expensive program? I liked when panelists mentioned about this understanding that things can only be great if you sent your child to a prestigious university abroad. Is it one expensive program that shaped really the life of the child? Probably not. More often, it was likely much quieter. Someone who noticed the child, someone who listened, someone who believed in the child, someone who encouraged, someone who corrected without humiliating, someone who celebrated small victories, someone who remained present when life became difficult, someone who made that child feel safe enough to grow, someone they could lean on. Throughout my work with children, young people, families, schools, universities, and communities, I have come to believe that children are shaped less by those extraordinary moments or programs, but by ordinary relationships repeated over time. That means the future of a child is not built only through life's biggest events. It's built in ordinary conversations. When you are walking your child to school, when you are having a conversation over dinner, in the classroom, on the football field, if you are a coach, while telling stories and how you tell them, while sharing a meal, while comforting tears, while celebrating small victories, moments after moment, relationship after relationship, day after day. Those ordinary moments shape extraordinary lives. It's not something that requires you to have a lot. It requires to be more intentional with what you have. As I reflected on the theme of this conference, again, raising the whole child, I found myself thinking about a conversation that many of us have heard or perhaps even spoken ourselves. Imagine a child coming to sit next to you at a dinner table, and the child is unusually quiet, and you ask what happened. The child looks down, the eyes fill with tears. You know something is wrong. But before they can find the words to narrate what happened, most of the time, at least in our childhood, and maybe it is still happening, the response comes, but you have food. You have clothes. You are going to school. Your school fees are paid. Why are you crying? And that is, the next step is being beaten. And when they are beaten and they cry, they are going to be beaten more. I beat you and you cry? Then you are beaten even more. I will beat you until you are quiet. And then when they get quiet because they are scared, they are beaten more. I beat you and you don't cry? This is scary. And you are beaten more. And sometimes we wonder why kids or even adults in our bodies numb their feelings or do not see the value of seeking emotional help. We numbed the feelings since we were little kids. So those words rarely come from a lack of love. When you assess deeply, you see that this person cares, the parent cares, but still, you can cause consequences, you can cause harm even when you have good intentions. So do not confuse having good intentions and raising a healthy child. More often, those words come from parents and caregivers who have worked extraordinarily hard to provide what they themselves may never have had. Many have sacrificed comfort so their children could have an opportunity. Many have gone without so their children could have enough. And that is love. But today's theme invites us to widen our understanding of what children need. Yes, the children need food, like any of us. And they need emotional safety. They need education, and they need belonging. They need discipline, and they need dignity. They need opportunities, and they need trusted adults who help them understand their emotions, navigate life's challenges, and discover that they are deeply loved. That is what it means to raise the whole child, not replacing one form of care with another. We are therefore invited to recognize that the children need both the resources we provide and the relationship we cultivate. Our child is developing two words at the same time. The words. And I've appreciated that starting to be words. The words or the framing I'm going to share here coming organically from as communities, particularly in Rwanda, start to conceptualize and theorize the mental health needs. I've started hearing people saying, umuntu w'imbere. Umuntu w'imbere, or the inner person, as a way to say there has been someone. Sometimes you start to see that there is something happening, but it is against my values. What is going on? Or the child is receiving everything, but why are their reactions or behaviors like this? And then people starting to think there is umuntu w'imbere. There is an inner life of potentially being supporting the outer person, but less with the inner person. Those two words, there is the outer world. Again, this is a community knowledge that I'm sharing. There is the outer world and there is inner world. The outer world, it's the world we easily see. The child's body, their height, their weight, their school uniform, their report card, their behavior, their achievements, and their talents, to name a few. And those are important. But there is also another world, a quieter world, the child's inner world. The world of thoughts that are never spoken aloud, the emotions they do not yet know how to name, their fears, their hopes, their questions, their sense of belonging, their confidence, their identity, the understanding of whether they are loved, valued, and safe. The inner world is just as real as the outer world. And it's developing every single day. Long before children have the language to explain what they are feeling, they are already learning what life feels like. They are quietly asking questions such as, am I safe? Do I matter? Will someone listen to me? Can I make mistakes and still be loved? Is this a world where I belong? Children rarely ask those questions with words. Instead, they ask them through the way they live, through the risks they take, the questions they stop asking, the friendships they form, the confidence they carry, or sometimes through the behaviors that leave adults wondering what has gone wrong. Perhaps this is what the theme of today's conference is inviting us to remember. Raising the whole child means caring for both worlds. The visible child that everyone sees, and the invisible child that is quietly growing within. That means caring for children's physical well-being, their intellectual development, their emotional well-being, their relationships, their character, their identity. Again, to name a few. And for many families and communities, their spiritual life and sense of purpose, because children do not experience life in separate compartments. Neither should we. When we nurture only the visible child, we may raise young people who appear successful on the outside while quietly struggling on the inside. But when we intentionally nurture both the outer and the inner life of a child, we help them grow not only in knowledge, but also in resilience, belonging, wisdom, compassion, and hope. And perhaps that is what it means to raise the whole child. And there is something that many of the speakers that became before me really centered. The relationships that we create. If then children develop through relationships, if they are developing and growing both an outer life that we can see and an inner life that we cannot always see, if raising the whole child means caring for both, then perhaps the most important question is not necessarily what do more children need. Perhaps the deeper question becomes who the children need. I believe every child needs at least one trusted adult. One. And that can be you. That can be me. One adult who chooses to see the whole child. One adult who looks beyond behavior, beyond achievement, beyond failure, beyond the report card, beyond the smile, beyond the tears. One adult who becomes curious about the child who is quietly becoming within. And in Kinyarwanda, we have very beautiful words that express different dimensions of care. But professionally, people have been struggling to come up with naming these psychological concepts, probably because the psychology itself and its framework was not theorized from Rwanda or from the continent. And I've appreciated the colleagues starting to learn from the communities to theorize from the pain, to theorize from resilience. And some of the colleagues, I think, have been doing a good job trying to find words and concepts that are relatable. And I have appreciated the word, the expression, umuhumuriza mutima. I think probably came mostly from Imbuto Foundation. I appreciate that conceptualization. Umuhumuriza mutima, or one who comforts or soothes the heart. It reminds us that healing often begins with compassionate presence. Today, I would like to offer another Kinyarwanda word that has shaped my understanding. And this is my own thinking here, also a word, umwegamirwa. And here I'm talking about umwegamirwa for a child. And umwegamirwa is someone you can genuinely lean on. and I like the African, take the risk of overgeneralizing, of using metaphors, analogies to narrate our inner world. Umwegamirwa is someone you can genuinely lean on. Can you be that to the child? Someone whose presence gives you confidence that you do not have to carry life alone. When I speak about an umwegamirwa for a child, I mean the trusted adult that a child can lean on while they are becoming who they are meant to become. An umwegamirwa is not first defined by a profession. It is defined by a way of seeing. A psychologist can be an umwegamirwa. A teacher can be an umwegamirwa. A parent can be an umwegamirwa. A grandparent, a neighbor, a coach, a faith leader, or any adult who intentionally nurtures mentally healthy relationships, everyday practices, and environments where children can flourish. An umwegamirwa, a mender of hearts. Becoming an umwegamirwa is not first about changing children. It's about changing the way we see children. Because once we see children differently, we naturally begin relating to them differently. An umwegamirwa understands that every child carries two stories. There is the story the world can easily see, and there is the story only the child is living. Real care begins when we become curious about both. Imagine two teachers standing in the same classroom. Both see the same learner. One sees a disrupted child. The other sees a child who has stopped believing they belong. Both are looking at the same behavior. Only one is seeing the whole child. That is the difference an umwegamirwa makes. For me, becoming an umwegamirwa begins with one simple shift. Instead of asking, what is wrong with this child? We begin asking, what might this child be experiencing? Instead of asking, how do I stop this behavior? We ask, what's the behavior trying to communicate? Behavior is often the visible chapter of an invisible story. When we begin seeing children this way, at least 5 things begin changing. We notice before we judge. We listen before we solve. We become curious before we conclude. We guide with dignity. We repair relationships when they are damaged. Children do not need perfect adults. They need trustworthy adults. Adults who help them discover that they are seen, valued, and never alone. And perhaps that is why I have come to believe that becoming an umwegamirwa, or a mender of the heart, is one of the greatest contributions any of us can make to the current and next generation. Not because we will remove every obstacle from a child's life, but because no child should have to carry life's journey alone. Every child deserves, again, at least one umwegamirwa. And once we begin seeing children this way, something remarkable happens. We stop asking only how to raise successful children. We begin asking how to raise whole human beings. As we come to the end of my presentation, I would like us to return to where we began in my share, to that child you imagined. The child whose face came to your mind when I first invited you to pause. Perhaps that child is still with you. Perhaps another child has quietly taken their place. A child who laughs loudly but carries silent worries. A child who is always in trouble at school. A child who has stopped asking questions. A child who appears confident on the outside but feels alone on the inside. Or perhaps, as we have talked together today, and as prior speakers have highlighted, maybe you have stopped and think about your own childhood. And whenever that child is, think about this. Every child is becoming someone. And every day, whether we realize it or not, we are helping shape who that child, someone they are becoming. We are shaping that both intentionally and unintentionally. And every day, our attitudes, our behaviors, the environments that we create shape who they are becoming. And that gives us a big responsibility. We have seen that children develop through relationships, again, throughout these conversations and those who came before me. And we have seen that the children have both an outer life that we can easily see and inner life that is quietly developing every day. We have discovered that raising the whole child means intentionally nurturing both, or maybe I have made even a narrow scope, but it is theorizing again from the community. And we have explored the invitation to become menders of broken hearts, but also not waiting for the hearts to be broken, but also play the role of healers of every day. I would like to leave you with one final reflection. Over the years, I've met many adults who appear to have everything that money can buy. They have stable jobs, they have homes, they have food on the table, they have achieved success that others admire, yet quietly they carry emotional pain they struggle to express, and that shape how they parent. Unknowingly, rarely. And that can be painful when you cause harm, or when you don't know, am I causing harm without knowing? Many even tell themselves when they feel the pain. Some say, I shouldn't feel this way. I have so much to be grateful for. It would be selfish to talk about my pain when I have what so many others are still praying for. The suffering is not less real. And the healing of kids, of children, need to start with the healing of parents. With resources, material resources, maybe the emotional pain can be less visible, but it is not less real. Perhaps this reminds us that the adults we are trying to support today, we were once children. Children whose inner lives were also developing. Children who needed someone to notice not only what was happening around them, but also what was happening within them. This is not about blaming previous generations, Many parents, grandparents, teachers, and caregivers made extraordinary sacrifices so that today's children could have opportunities they themselves never had. We honor those sacrifices, we stand on them, but every generation is invited to learn something new. Perhaps our generation is being invited to expand what we mean by care. Not replacing what previous generations taught us necessarily, or not always, but building upon it. Maybe we need to learn something new. Maybe we need to relearn parenting. Or maybe we need also unlearning the other way of parenting or educating. Yes, children need food. They need clothing. They need health care. They need education. They need safety. And they also need emotionally healthy relationships, belonging, dignity, identity as a framework of care. A legacy where success is measured not only by examining results, but also by resilience, compassion, belonging, character, and hope. A legacy where children learn that caring for their body and caring for their inner life are both part of living well. Tomorrow, a child will cross your path. The child may never remember every word you spoke, but they will remember how it felt to be with you. So I leave you with one final question. When that child crosses your path, will they meet someone who sees only the child everyone else can see? The one that is only believed to be shaped by the material resources? Or will they meet someone who also sees the child within? Because we cannot raise the whole child until we first learn to see the whole child. Every child deserves a village of caring adults, as the African proverbs say. It takes a village. And every village needs more of menders of hearts, menders of broken hearts, abegamirwa. And you do not have to be a psychologist, you do not have to be a counselor to be that caring person who help to shape the life of children. May each of us choose to become menders of hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jean-Pierre. Can we give him another round of applause? We are now going to quickly move to our second panel. We have literally run out of time, so we'll rush this. I want to invite our panelists for the second panel. I'm inviting Esther Dusabe. She's a senior policy and gender development expert. And she has over 15 years of experience advancing inclusive development, education, governance, women's economic empowerment, and gender-responsive policy across Rwanda and Africa. She is a former senior technical advisor at MIGEPROF and serves on the board of directors of FAWE Rwanda. Welcome. Welcome to the panel. Our next panelist is Dr. Samuel Kabera. He is a psychologist and special education specialist. exploration. Now we're going to move to the implementation part of that partnership and how we ensure that every child, not just some, benefit from strong partnerships between homes, schools, and communities. My first question goes to Esther. What does research tell us about the impact of strong homeschool partnerships on children's development?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm so humbled and I observe all the protocols. And I want to thank the organizers of this initiative. I'm glad it was a dream and it came true. Congratulations, Madam Arlene. As the question you addressed, I want to say that different research shows that children thrive when schools, families, and communities work as equal partners rather than as a separate institutions. When these institutions fail a child, we raise a broken child. And so unity and partnership among these institutions is very important as we raise a whole child. The research tells us there is a strong impact on the mental, the physical, and the physiological well-being of a kid. There's no health kid without the mental health, without the nutrition that contributes a lot to the physiological and the growth of the kid. And this is the one that brings out what we see physically as a kid who is well raised. When I heard about this technology, so raising a child, yes, research does a lot, tells us a lot, but I came to realize that every kid is unique. And because these kids are raised in different families, they become so unique and different because of this background. And so I think I need to go back to the research that tells us that raising a kid starts from conception. And then when does it end? As I think Elder Zimabagawa said, he lost his father when he was still a kid. He was still feeling the parenting responsibility from his father. And so I think parenting starts from conception. And I would say mothering or fathering starts from the idea of becoming one. You should start, when you start to think about becoming a father or a mother, then you need to start also thinking about how are you going to do that? Because a kid doesn't have to be an accident. We need to intentionally become fathers and mothers and be able to carry on this legacy of becoming the very, very good fathers and very good mothers to our kids. So I think from the research, we also know that when a parent, when a mother becomes pregnant, and from there, she starts to believe that she's a mother to this invisible kid. So they start to behave as mothers, even when the mother is not, the baby is not yet here. Start to feel the baby, start to love them, start to talk to them, even when they seem to be invisible, but they can hear you, they feel you, and they feel the environment and surrounding. So for me, raising a kid starts when the kid is still in the womb. And that's where the mental health starts, That's where the love, the first love is given. That's where the education is given. And that's where the attachment between the mother and the kid, and still the father who is bringing all this surrounding, the non-violent surrounding, the surrounding where the mother feels comfortable, feel loved, and the mother now transfers this love to the kid. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. My next question is for Dr. Samuel Kabera. We have been talking about raising a whole child, but generally, now I want us to go deeper into what the role of this partnership between parents and educators does for children who have additional learning and developmental needs.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thanks to Ejraneza. Can you help me and clap for her? I am very happy to be here because she invited me to speak and to be part of this event, and as my student. So he's among my students who are doing great things in the country. So we need to appreciate whatever she's doing. Thank you. Yes, the question is very good and it's very clear. But then we need to understand that who is a child? That's number one. Who is a child? Who is more responsible for this child? Yes, everybody is responsible, but who is more responsible? And when you look at the life of this child, it's like a triangle. A triangle, I think in Rwanda is Mandeshatu, right? Yes. At the bottom line, I'll put their parents. Parents are at the bottom line. When you go to this side, is it width or height? You'll find educators there and also the community. So the life of a child is in three ways. People are supposed to play a big role in the development of this child. Parents, educators, communities. But educators, before we see this child, before the community even see the child, who sees the child first? Is the mother, the father, the parents. So parents should be in position to love the child, protect the child, create a conducive environment, an environment that helps this child to grow. Because when you look at this child, when I look at the child, I see two parts. There's this child you can see, you can touch, you can feed, you give him beans, you give him rice and he eats. But there's another child you don't see. And this child you don't see is what we call the psych or the cognitive. You see the motor, you see the body, you feed the body, you protect, you give clothes to the body. But if you miss out this concept of dealing with the cognitive of the child or the psych, the well-being of this child, then you might be just feeding the body but not developing the child. That's why parents, I have children, I have 6 children, but when I look at them, I look to them as a psychologist. I support them morally, but psychologically it's also my right, my responsibility to feed them. And the psych is not fed by ibijumba or potatoes. The psych is not fed by meat. The psych or the cognitive is fed by positive dialogue, positive talking. So we need to think like we as parents, we need to think that it is our responsibility before we even focus on educators. Then, how to collaborate, how to have this kind of partnership, shared responsibility. It's my responsibility to feed and also to nurture the child, physically and psychologically. Then it's also my responsibility to go to school and have a collaboration with the teachers who are teaching my children. I work with them because it is me who knows my child than a teacher at school. If you are talking about children with special education, special needs, parents should play a big role in providing detailed information about the specific need of this child, and they work together with the teachers, and let alone the community comes in. So to me, it is a shared responsibility, and we should think like that. When you read our national constitution, it says, there is an article that says that every child has a right to education. Every child has a right to education, but they don't go in detail to say who is a child, who is supposed to go to school, as long as a child, whether he's deaf, whether he can't see, whether he has a mental issue, he has to go to school. But how will that child go to school and be maintained at school? It's only when parents, teachers, and the communities come together, make it a joint effort, work as a team, so that this child is maintained and is supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for highlighting the every child part of the Constitution. Every child deserves
has a right to education.
Yes, building on that, my next question goes to Naftal. NCDA works closely with families and communities across Rwanda. From your perspective, sir, what role does family engagement play in promoting a holistic child development?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I appreciate the organizers of this event, and I liked the theme that raising the whole child. The constitution of of Rwanda states clearly that umuryango niwo shingiro y'imbaga nyarwanda. So that means a family. When we are talking about the child development, we say the development of a child begins right from the conception. And for the child to develop, a child needs to develop physically, emotionally, and socially. From the time of conception, a mother needs to have prenatal services, for example. She needs to visit the hospital for checkups to make sure that her life is well, and the child is maybe developing well in the womb. Secondly, she needs to feed well on the balanced food, nutritious food, such that she does not give birth to a malnutrition child. I'm talking of those services. All those services are given by the family members, by the husband, by herself, by the family members. Then after delivery, we all know that a child still needs other services like immunization. The child needs to feed to be breastfed for 2 years without getting other things. And this is the mother who also feeds the child. Then it has been proven by the research that at the age of 3, a child or a human being's brain has developed at 70%. That means, and you also understand that the ECD, children goes to the ECD, to the nursery, to the pre-primary, whatever you call it, at the age of 3. That means at the age of 3, when the human being has already, the brain has already developed at 70%, that 70% is given by the family environment. Then after that, the children have to go for the ECD, for the educator, to have education. They have to be protected. They have to be protected from all forms of abuse, or whatever. It is the family that now still gives those services to the children. For the social skills, you know, we are children. We are the role models of our children. Let me tell you something in Kinyarwanda. Umwarimu yarimo yigisha abana umwana w'imyaka 6 ababaza icyo bumva bazaba bamaze gukura. So umwana amubwira ko we yumva ko ati nge nzaba inyana yimbwa, abandi bavuga tuzaba pilot, tuzaba abarimu, umwana waravuga ati nge nzaba inyana yimbwa. So the teacher was embarrassed. Biba ngombwa ko ajya kujya mu muryango umwana avukamo kureba kubaza kuki umwana yumva wazaba inyana yimbwa bivuze iki. Yagiye gusanga kumbi the parents bafite umuturanyi baturanye nawe who is doing well, who is developing. Iyo yaguze imodoka papa w'umwana atavuga ati yanyana yimbwa yaguze imodoka. Iyo yaguze famu ati yanyana yimbwa duturanye yaguze afite famu yongeye kurindi famu y'inka. Iyo yakoze ikintu cyose cyiza ati yanyana yimbwa yakoze ikintu. So the child grew up abona ko umuntu bitinyana yimbwa niwe yumva yazaba we. So why have I said that? I've said that this because I was saying that it's us, the family members, that abana bakura batureba ibyo dukora, uko twambara, our behaviors. Iyo bamaze gukura bagenda bakura rero, we act as their role models when they grow up. That's why in most cases you even find some people have completed their studies, they are even employed in some sectors, but when you look at their behaviors, you can't believe you are challenged. But they get everything right from the family. So it's the role of the families. The families play a big role in child development, and the government comes in when the family really has failed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll build on what he said. This question is, everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing. We assume the families know, the schools know, but many schools and families struggle to align, to collaborate effectively. Yet they know, each one knows, or supposedly knows. What do you think are the barriers that cause to this disconnect? Bipfira niki gituma badahuza kugira ngo barere umwana mu buryo bwuzuye?
That's a very good question. Thank you. I would say that one of them, I think, the barrier, I would start from communication and others that we all know. But I have to go back and mention about the skills, the knowledge about parenting. For me, I call school the second family to this kid. So there is this family where the father and the mother guides the kid, giving the values, building the identity, trying to build a social human being who does understand what respect is, the boundaries, listening, the kid that has all these values. And when the kid is handed to the school, then it means the school is going to be her second family. It's a second family. That's where they spend most of their time. Most of them, they stay there for the whole day. They wake up very early in the morning. At the age of 3, they already rise at around 5, ready to go to school. That's where they have their break sleep, their afternoon sleep. That's where they eat. And that's where they're emotionally supported. Especially when they are getting through this transition of the moral values to the technical values, to the skills, to the development of the brain, linking the moral values to the technical expertise that the teacher is giving to the kid. And so I think what creates this, I would say there is this kind of condemnation. Like, I think the parent is blaming the school blames the family. And who suffers? It's the child. So I think one is this lack of skills, knowing that the kid, ngira ngo mu Rwanda turabivuga umwana we fata umwana wese nk'uwawe. So raising a kid means that the teachers needs to go beyond being technical experts that are going to transfer this knowledge, but they also need to be parents, to love the kid, to guide with passion, to guide with love, to guide with the intention of building a whole child. Because we were all born without these skills. So changing this environment where the kid has been for 3 years, more than 3 years, 3 years and 9 months with the pregnancy, and then transit to this foreign person, the person that the kid has never met. Many times the first day, you all know, it's full of tears. You leave a kid, they cry for the whole day, they cry for a week, they're not familiar with the environment. And so this transition needs to be guided, this kid needs to be guided from this safe environment that they are used to this kind of foreign society that they are entering in. So this guidance has to be full of love, comforting them, providing safe environment for them, and showing them love. That's why some kids love school, some others hate. They don't love school. It's because some schools are just schools, but other schools are families. So when a kid goes there, they feel they're at home, they are loved, they are guided with, they are corrected with love. And with that, I think I should go back and say, sometimes we don't understand our responsibilities. The parent cannot replace an educator, and an educator cannot replace a parent. We have different roles, and we have some roles that we share. So if a parent is not at home, and the teacher does what she has to do or he has to do at school, then at work, at home, the parents must be ready to receive this kid, to ensure that this transition, this movement from school to home, home to school is well protected. And I think to that, I would go to the second issue, which is communication. Many times there is no proper communication between schools and families. And even on WhatsApp, you find a WhatsApp, you need only to communicate to maybe the admin. There is no flow of information. You talk, you need to be listened to maybe the school, but there's no feedback. And there's no communication without feedback. And I think it all comes back to the kid. So when there is this loop, when there is a hole that the kid can use to navigate, like to go away from this control between the parent and the school, then you will lose this kid. So I think there must be a consistency, there must be a way of communication, and it has to be a two-way flow. Parents talking direct to the teachers, feedback must be a two-way direction. And another thing I would say, it's because of the pressure, the economic pressure we are all see around us. Yes, we all have to go out of our homes, look for jobs, work, but we have to always remember that we are parents, and that's our primary role. Once you are privileged, we have this chance of having a kid, you have to make sure that the first thing they need from you is not that clothes that you buy, it's not the shoes, it's not all that you think that they need. They need you the most. They need your time. They need your guidance. They need you to listen to them. They need you to know what they went through throughout the day. They need you to know their anxiety, their fear, their emotions. They need to cry. If they are fearing, you need to hear, you need to know what they are getting through.
Yes.
Because if you fail, they will get it from another source,
Another place.
which is a wrong source. And what will come is that you will see your kid different from what you intended for them to have. And I think we need to overcome all those challenges, because it's high time that now we focus on the kid. I always say that the partnership, the kid, the parents and the educators, they are role models. They are role models, and they are more of mentors. Because if educators and parents feel that they are the mentors of this kid, and they are role models, and I think if the teachers handle this kid as their own kids, and the parents handle this kid supporting the teachers, I think this will work. Another thing I want to emphasize is that
I am going to...
Yeah, I'm
yes.
closing. I think another thing that we need to always stick on is that education is an additional skill. Because when a kid loses these moral values, even when highly educated, they can't be contributors to their societies. And I think we should raise this kid, seeing their end result in them while they're still young. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. My next question, and I'm trying to rush this because we are so past the time we had to close the whole event, and we still have a few speeches. But I will kindly request that the other contributions will be shortened. My next question goes to you, Dr. Samuel. We have talked about parents and education institutions, but when it comes to children living with disabilities, there comes in the issue of stigma. The parents have the stigma, and the schools are not equipped to really give them the support, be the family and the child. How can schools become places where families feel welcomed rather than judged, especially when they have children living with disabilities?
Thank you very much. Yes, you are right. There is this issue of stigma. And I personally have seen that in different families. Yes, what we can do, first of all, is we need to tell parents that a child is a child. And a child is a gift from God. Every child has uniqueness in him. But all of them are children. And we ask them to accept their children as children. We still have people who think that if he produces a child who is disabled, he is a curse, or is a punishment from God. So, if you remember the story of Bartimaeus in the Bible, they were asking Jesus, what happened to this blind man? Is it because of his ancestral sins? But Jesus said no. Jesus had a different version, but the people had a different version. So we need to tell these people or parents that accepting children is number one. If I accept that this is my child, I will love him, I will support him. So, not only amongst parents, even teachers, schools, we still have teachers who think that teaching a child with a special need is a waste of time. We still have schools, school investors or owners who thinks that having a class or a special support for these kind of people is impossible, is not needed. So it's all about letting them aware that, or raising awareness that I can even go back the quote in the National Constitution. Every child has a right to education. That is very good. So if you have a school, we can also ask you, what are you planning for people with special needs? Because it's a requirement now. So, but still, even some teachers or school managers have no skills, have no knowledge of how to deal or teach children with special needs. It's all about letting them accept that these are children and they have to be taught. It's their right. It's not a charity you are doing to these people. It is their right. So, telling parents, accept children and support them. Schools, accept these people and find ways of teaching them. It is very hard, but it's possible when the mindset has been changed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My next question is for the work done by NCDA. What practical initiatives do we see NCDA implementing that strengthen parenting? Because this conversation keeps coming on parenting. What is NCDA doing to strengthen parenting, early childhood development in regards to collaboration between families and institutions?
Thank you very much. First of all, one of the rights of the children is to live, to grow in a loving family. In 2013, the government of Rwanda, of course through NCDA, took the first step for the child care reform, of which we had over 33 institutions or orphanages, and the children from all those orphanages we are integrated into family-based care. I think over 3,000 children have been integrated into family-based care, and now they are enjoying the privileges of the family, the love of the family, like other children. Secondly, the NCDA is doing what is doing is promoting the positive parenting through the existing community forums, umugoroba w'umuryango, kumuganda. So we always try to have such awareness raised. Thirdly, we have the NCDA in each district we have a staff called a child protection and welfare officer, who is responsible for responding to child issues, child abuse, but also to prevent child abuse cases through strengthening families. But when children were integrated into families, the reason is that caused them to go to institutions remained. So still the child protection and welfare officers that I'm saying that they are based at the district, they are far from the communities. NCDA through with partners also put in place community volunteers called Inshuti z'Umuryango. We have 2 per village, a woman and a man. They got the basic trainings on child protection, child development, and they are doing great job to make sure that families do not families that are at risk of separating with their children by reporting such a families such that they can be supported not to separate with their children. So basically, NCDA is doing a lot, of course, with partners, with the government institutions. somebody mentioned about street connected children. He gave us the numbers, how the numbers are alarming. We are working with different NGOs to make sure that those children, that the families are strengthened so that the children can go back to their families. We are also trying to capture these parents. I remember from 12th to 13th June, we gathered over 500 parents of street-connected children. We had a community dialogue with them. They shared with us experience and reasons that why their children are on the street. But surprisingly, most of them tell you that abana baratunani, and yet, sincerely speaking, abana ntabwo bananirana. I use one example. I was working in Musanze as a social worker. So somebody brought a child who they had got from the street. So the child thought they were taking him to the transit center. So he asked us that before we take him to the transit center, let us first visit his home. He lived with the grandmother, and community members were saying akakana karananiranya, akakana kananiranya. So when he just pushed the door, and he told us that look, they were Irish potatoes peels. The child says, can you imagine my grandmother these pills are for the 3 days back. Can you live, if you are the one who can you live in this family? And what had happened, it was the parents had divorced and the custody was given to the father, and the father was responsible. So we of course we had to look into other alternative. We had to look for the extended family. He had the grandmother from the mother side. So now the child was integrated into. So those are kind of some of the services that we are doing. We still have cases of child abandonment, cases whereby we see babies being abandoned somewhere, and we have what we call the Malaika Munis, the foster parents. In each district, in each village, we have them well trained, and when such case happened, there is a way that the other social workers, child protection and welfare officers, I said before, they collaborate with the Inshuti z'Umuryango and local leaders to make sure that the child also is integrated into an alternative care and the life continues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will not open the floor for questions because we have run out of time. We haven't run out of questions, but I'm going to ask one closing question to each panelist and give me an answer, top of your head, a few seconds. So the first question goes to Esther. And this is it's a dreaming question. If Rwanda, and you're not speaking on the behalf of Rwanda, but if Rwanda could make one bold investment over the next 5 years to strengthen families, what would you recommend? Let's dream. What would we recommend if our nation, and this is not a question just for Esther, I want all of us to think. We've been talking about parenting, we've been talking about families. We have even shared solutions, by the way, for people who are listening, things we can be doing to improve the lives of our families. But now let's dream. If we would recommend, if someone is taking minutes of this meeting and they want to hear what we are dreaming for our nation, one bold investment, and our country is always investing, bold investments, what would we do to improve the state of our families?
That's a very difficult question. I want to say that Rwanda is doing well with families, only that it's a behavior change kind of, I say, it's efforts, which cannot be just visible in a single day. It's not like counting money, it's behavior change. And when you're changing behavior, people need, those who are changing behavior need to be part of the journey. So I believe a lot is being done, but I think one of the things that we should, I think, improve is reviewing our policies so that we may know as early as possible if these policies are driving us where we want. And I think we need to improve on the table discussions. We are doing a lot with empowerment, and I think we need to do more on the discussions at the family and house levels, household levels. And we are doing a lot, but we need to do a lot with the household discussions, family discussions, having husbands and wives meet, discuss their issues, come up with resolutions, and contribute to the betterment of their households.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Centering to the kid.
Yes.
Thank you.
Centered. Thank you. Thank you. Child-centered conversations. And to Dr. Samuel, I know the moment you put strategy and practical in one sentence, it becomes a conversation of 30 minutes. But any 2 to 3 practical strategies that come to your mind when we think of how parents can support children living with learning needs?
Thank you. You know, it's very hard to support people you don't know. It's very hard to come up with a plan to support a number of people you don't understand or you don't know. As we speak, if you ask me, or I ask you, how many children in Rwanda, statistically, how many children in Rwanda with visual impairment? How many children who are deaf in the country? It's very hard to answer that question because we are lacking statistical data per each specific type of disability. So my request, not only to the parents, or even the government, is to come up with that initiative, to come up with statistical information of people with special needs in the country, such that you can even plan for them. Parents, the government, we can support when we know exactly the number of people we are planning for. So we still have that challenge. The government has done a lot of things. We have policies that supports people with disabilities, but that one is still hanging somewhere. And that's my call to have that.
Thank you.
Settled. Thank you.
Research. Thank you. Naftal, if every participant in this room, in today's forum, committed to one practical action, what would NCDA encourage them to do first?
I would encourage them that besides the competitive world that we are living on and the heavy tasks, a lot of work that we have on the table, let us always, every day, reserve 30 minutes for our children every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Reserve 30 minutes to talk and connect with our children. That's where it starts. Thank you so much for your contributions to the panel. I mean, this is a very rich conversation. If we were to go in detail, we would stay here at least 1 more hour, but thank you for your contribution. Can we give our panelists another round of applause? Thank you so much for your contributions. And now I would like, if you may, to invite the founder and executive director of Lifespan Wellness and Development Initiative, Ms. Igiraneza Erlin, to come and officially launch the Raising the Whole Child community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, once again. I'm so sorry we stretched a bit, and thank you so much for being here till this hour. And it is my greatest honor to officially give you a space, because we are here just to take an action. And the community that we are launching, Umudugudu, and umuntu utaba mu mudugudu hano we don't know where we belong. I hope everybody has a village where they belong to, and this is a village you have to belong to if you really believe that these children are our future and our tomorrow. So I usually tell people that every terrorist that we see was born in a family. So, and that family and the community, in fact, they lost at raising that child. So if you do not think about your surrounding, it is okay, you will raise children who are thriving, but at the same time, the neighbors will be disturbing your children's peace because you did not care. So now we choose, are we going to raise our own biological children who are thriving, but who are having many nemesis within the community? Or we are committed to finding all possible ways, collaborating together as parents, reaching out to Umudugudu, reaching out to everybody, reaching out to NCDA, reaching out to RIB in case some parents are misbehaving and they have refused to listen. How are we going to do that? This is the community launch, and we would like to let you know that this community has many programs in terms of strengthening and empowering parents, as well as empowering educators as well, because we know that not many teachers that we have who understand child growth and development. So if many teachers are not understanding that, by default, they are going to cause some emotional wounds, whether knowing or unknowing. So if we empower educators right from early childhood development, and we raise these children, it is so unfortunate that some of us were raised from the broken backgrounds, but 2 generations, 3 generations, we will be having what we call quality education that we all dream to have. So it is not that we are completely bringing that answer today, or we are walking out with an answer, but we are living with 1 brick laid, and we are building from there to reach a better future that we deserve and that we look for. It might happen when we are no longer there, but at least our children will reap those fruits. And I believe everybody who is here is just here to see, what you can see is that your children are thriving and they are happy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome to you to Raising the Whole Child community, a community that is there for you. May I welcome somebody with the plaque? We show it to you as an official launch, then we call it a day. Thank you so much. Okay, please hurry up. Please. Just a short message from Lifespan Wellness and Development Initiative, distinguished guest of honor of our valued partners, parents, educators, community leaders, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have shared a powerful conversations. We have listened, we have reflected, we have challenged one another, and throughout every discussion, one message has echoed consistently: no child is raised by just one person alone. Parents cannot do it alone. We have seen that teachers cannot do it alone, government cannot do it alone, communities cannot do it alone. It truly takes all of us, and that is why today we are starting this. We're not closing the forum, we're just beginning a movement where we will be seeing raising the whole child as a shared responsibility throughout this community and keep on empowering one another. Every child is unique, every child learns differently, and their dreams are so different and wild. So sometimes parents want their unfulfilled dreams to be fulfilled by their children. So we want them to be in our shoes, yet we forget that they are a different person from who we are. Our responsibility is not to force children, of course, into those environments that were never designed with them in mind. But our responsibility is to understand them, appreciate their uniqueness, and to intentionally create environments, because inclusion is not asking children to fit into our systems. True inclusion challenges the systems to build and recognize the values of those children. We understand that children who are neurodiverse have different needs, but they are not forced to meet what we expect. We have to accommodate them and help them in their own understanding to reach to their full potential. This community is for every parent who has ever wondered if they were doing enough. It is for every teacher who wants to become a better educator. It is for every school leader committed to creating nurturing learning environments. It is for every health professional, policymaker, researcher, faith leader, development partner, and community member who believes that children's well-being is everyone's responsibilities. Here we will learn together, we will listen to one another, we will share evidence-based practices, we will support families, we will strengthen partnerships, and we will advocate for every child. And together, we will build a culture where no child is left behind. Today, we plant a seed of collaboration, a seed of hope, a seed of belonging. And like every seed, we know that growth will take time, of course. But we also know that when many hands choose to nurture it, generations of children will one day rest under its shade. Together, let us raise the whole child. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Can we give her another round of applause? Thank you so much, Erlene. I want to invite Jean-Claude Rukundo, who is the Senior Social and Behavior Change Officer at Africa CDC. He specializes in public health, community engagement, and epidemic response in the region. And he'll come and give us a few remarks, and then we'll be heading to the close with the closing remarks of the Honorable PS from IGIHE. Welcome.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I'm here delighted to talk on behalf of Aline. Thank you very much, Aline. It was some years back we met with Aline. I was working with UNICEF Rwanda as a social behavior change officer. When she reached our office, we are almost ready for another episode of Educator, and we had also some episode of Runana to do. I like the dreams she had. It became for us a storyline for the next episodes. The theme for her dreams was mainly around communities, how can be engaged. And we were very struggling how to communicate positively for missed opportunities for children alongside the communities in Rwanda. And it was for us her dreams going part now many years. She has another positive way to communicate for not only children, but for parents, teachers, and the government. And really, congratulations, Eileen. She asked me to talk about communities as a heart of sustainable change for raising a whole child. It is not easy to talk about communities because it is a big ecosystem and it asks a lot of things. I think many things have been talked about children being not the whole child doesn't mean only providing food, education, or health care. As they said, now I'm working for a senior social behavior change for preventable for vaccine preventable diseases. We meet many communities, but I'll be back to my own community of Rwanda. I remember many of the cases we are facing during our exercises was mainly the hidden children cause of different aspects, either lacking food, fear, poverty, extreme poverty, shame, or their status, mainly disability or developmental well-being. The things which I wanted also to highlight, it was not my point to talk about, is being a mother, doing these initiatives, that is one. But where is the roles of men? Because of most of time, you are also the source of the well-being, also the fact. So whatever case goes through all this well-being of children, don't forget the roles of men to be highlighted and also being engaged in all the processes. Another things, it is what are the tools are we using to communicate, to engage, and also to empower our communities so they can be the heart of change. One example I wanted to give was around the session we had with some of our partners, and those were mainly the use of drama and also community dialogues to see if we can build the trust for the services, the trust for communities, the trust for ourselves and our families. I recall one of the event we did was house-to-house visitation, and we had one success story. And a neighbor came to us and said, this kid now is a potential. He can walk and go to school. But in the neighborhood, we had 2 more, and they are still hidden. I'm telling so, but they don't say that it was me who said so. So now it was our time to engage the local leaders and the faith organization around to respond to that need. So by that, I wanted just to highlight the roles of interconnectivity between all stakeholders to make the raising the whole child in all community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Before I invite the PS from IGIHE, I want to ask you to all check your badges. Do we all have our badges? Now, there is a QR code at the back of our badges. If we could scan it with our phones, and it will take us to the page of the community where we'll get more information about the work that Lifespan will be doing around this topic. So please remember to join the network and engage with what we have for you. Thank you so much. At this point in time, I would like to invite the PS from IGIHE to come and give us her closing remarks. We apologize for stretching longer than we had anticipated. She's going to give us her closing remarks, and then we will invite you for a group photo after her remarks, and we'll be set off. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Distinguished parents, dedicated educators, dear guests, good afternoon. Thank you for your time, insight, and energy today. Help me to congratulate our MC of today. She did an amazing work. As we come to the close of today's Parent Educator Forum, I want to thank each of you for showing up with open minds and committed hearts. Raising a whole child is not the work of parents, mothers, and fathers, or foster families alone, neither of schools, communities, churches, nor for the government alone, as the funder highlighted earlier. It takes all of us aligned. A whole child needs a whole village, and we thank you for being part of this village. Today, our theme reminded us that academic success without character and character without academic support is incomplete. A whole child needs both. I hope everyone is leaving this room with something that we have learned that is new, that will really accompany you in your parenting journey. I'm not seeing your face saying yes. Okay. As we close, I challenge us to move from discussions to action, and let us focus on prevention over reaction, as the discussants have highlighted. Let's teach skills before problems arise. We have learned that to lay a strong foundation for our children, we need to empower and educate parents. Let's aim to invest more in parental education programs where we live, at our workplace, at our churches, and we have to start somewhere. Our children are watching how we model collaboration. If we get the home, school, communities partnership right, we don't just raise students who pass tests, we raise citizens who lead with integrity. At Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, we appreciate such kind of initiatives that are engaging, empowering, and challenging the systems in the best interests of the child. We are open to continue this dialogue, and we encourage everyone here and those following online to join us for this noble cause of parenting Rwandans of today and tomorrow. It is the best legacy we can offer to our country, Rwanda, and to the world. We thank Aline Igiraneza, the founder of Lifespan, and all of you who tirelessly contributed to make this event possible. Let's hope to meet again soon as we continue our conversation. Thank you.
Let's give the PS another round of applause. Thank you for the encouragement and the partnership from the Mije Prof. We're now going to take our group photo. Let me invite the protocol team to assist us. I'm going to invite our guests of honor, our keynote speakers, our panelists to come here at the front, but the protocol team will help, and then they will show us how we'll take a group photo. But I think we should move the chairs before. Where is everyone? Protocol team, if we can move the chairs and then take our group photo, please. Protocol.